Good evening. I call this meeting of the Los Gatos Town Council to order on December 16th, 2025. Town Clerk, may we have a roll?
Councilmember Rennie?
Here.
Councilmember Hudas?
Here.
Councilmember Badami?
Here.
Vice Mayor Rista?
Here.
Mayor Moore?
Here. Thank you. And now Councilmember Hudas will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, we will now move to consent. Items on the consent calendar are considered routine and will be approved in one motion. Are there any council members who are wanting to pull an item from consent or make comments? Okay, seeing none, we will. Councilmember Hudas.
Yeah, I had a couple of comments on consent. Which I'm not going to ask to be pulled or anything, but I did want to comment on item 7, which is the comprehensive financial report. So this report went through the Finance Commission, and having spent some time with it on the Finance Commission, it became clear that the financial statements that we received showed a $7 million swing from deficit to surplus. And I'm not sure that the council was aware of that, or the Finance Commission was aware of that, until 5 months after the close, 17 months from the start of the year. So I think it's important that we do better than that, because we're going to be making decisions based on what we expect to have, and our residents, it's our residents' money, and we're stewards of their money. And so they expect certain services, and if we do not provide them because we think we don't have the money to do so, but we really do, that's a problem. It's not as bad a problem as if we didn't have the money and ran out, but it's still important that we have that. So I would just urge the town manager and finance department to bring more frequent updates on our financial condition to the Finance Commission and the council. And, we invested in a new financial system to provide some of that information. And I think it would be very helpful to see that on a more frequent basis, and to work with the Finance Commission on their ideas about how to do that. But I think we really do need that information. So.
Thank you. Any other comments?
I'm sorry, I had a comment on item number 9 also. Item number 9 is a change to the compensation for management and confidential employees. And it's more sort of a question that certain management employees received a 5% increase, but the larger group received a 3%. It might be helpful for the residents to understand why there's that difference, if it's possible to give us a quick explanation of that. I think there were a couple of members who received the 5% increase.
Take your time.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Town Council members. I was walking through the door, so I want to make sure that I heard your question correctly. You're asking why there is a difference for some management employees who received 5% in July of 2025 versus the other management employees who received 3%. Is that correct?
Yes, exactly. You got it.
Thank you. So the reason for that is because the 3 employees who received 5% were our police chief and our 2 captains. In order to reduce or mitigate any compaction issues with the sergeants in the POA who received a 5% compensation increase, we did need to make sure that our captains and our chief receive 5% as well. A compaction issue is when salaries may overlap, and we don't want to have an overlap from our line staff to our management staff.
Okay, thank you. That's all I needed on it, and sorry to catch you by surprise on it.
No.
It just caught my
Good
eye
question.
just before the meeting, so.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Vice Mayor Risto.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment on item 11, if the residents haven't looked at it, is our council meeting schedule for next year. And I think for the first time ever, we are not going to have a meeting on election night. We'll be moving to a Monday night, and I'm grateful for that. I think it's hard for people to pay attention while you're waiting for election results to come in. So thank you for that.
Agreed. Okay, then it looks like we have 2 comments in the room for consent. So the first is Lindley. Okay, so that's verbal communications. Okay. Then does anyone want to speak on the consent calendar? Okay, then I'll entertain a motion. Vice Mayor Risto.
Thank you. I move to approve items 1 through 11.
Second?
Perfect. Motion to approve the consent items. We will take a vote. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None. Passes unanimously. Okay. Then we will move on to verbal communications, which is the time for members of the public to address the council on any non-agenda items that pertain to the subject matter expertise of the town council. The first commenter is Lindley.
You declared that you would represent everybody in Los Gatos. So you must represent the obedient Christians and Jews who are committed to the true word of God. Serving our Los Gatos community is a noble calling, and I pray for wisdom and integrity in your leadership. As a concerned citizen of the United States and follower of Christ, and as the watchman for Los Gatos, I must speak truthfully about the agenda you have championed, one promoting perverted LGBTQ and racist ideologies in our town's policies, schools, and public spaces. While presented as progress and inclusion, it opposes God's timeless truths and aligns with broader threats like Islam, Sharia law, socialism, which leads to communism, and the globalist agenda to destroy our country, which endanger all of our freedoms and fuel the murder of Christians and Jews worldwide. We must protect our town from these influences, especially as California's schools are teaching all these ideologies to our children. This extends to events like drag queens reading to our children in our library, which normalizes confusion and exposes innocence to inappropriate influences. The LGBTQ stripes that stain Main Street and your push to raise the pride flag, young Rob, which elevates symbols of moral inversion above our shared values, specifically the baby blue and baby pink colors, which represent the targeting of children. Constitutionally, all identity flags must be raised equally if the exclusive pride flag is raised. The Interfaith Thanksgiving service hosted by local churches and local synagogues, Shir Hadash, promoted the same LGBTQ agenda that erodes biblical principles. To'eva, abominable. To'eva. The Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Commission is only hurting our town by creating artificial oppressor-oppressed relationships that aren't real or true, much like the Los Gatos Chamber's Listen, Learn, Change, Grow campaign. Protecting women and children is of utmost importance when it comes to vulnerable people, and this agenda risks exposing them to harm by blurring moral boundaries and prioritizing ideologies over safety. Tragically, these ideologies can pave the way to the sex trafficking of minors and other horrors. The town's priority must be that every woman and child is safe in Los Gatos. At Lee High School, I witnessed the glorification of Satan and homosexuality firsthand, corrupting young minds like yours. While I am not the only one in this town to have this experience, my own daughter was led astray by LGBTQ influences, shattering our family. These issues tear at the hearts of our families, our town, and our souls. We must ask ourselves, when they came for our children, like the San Francisco Gay Men's Choir sings, what did you do, Grandma? What did you do, Grandpa? Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, and Happy New Year to all.
We will now hear from. Thank you. I appreciate the enthusiasm. The Los Gatos Town Council does not allow for any clapping or reactions. If you agree with a public commenter, you can you can raise your hands or otherwise, but please do not clap or interject verbally. Thank you. Okay, so we will move on to our next public commenter, which is Mr. R.
Young Rob Moore, Mayor, your recent draft resolution to reaffirm support for LGBTQ plus individuals, immigrants, and others amid post-election fears further entrenches this agenda, committing town resources to protect ideologies that Scripture condemns. Let me share briefly from Scripture. This is from the Bible. This is not directed to anybody specifically. I'm just reading from the Bible. You can take from it what you will. Those who have ears, let them hear. Isaiah chapter 5, verse 20 warns, "Woe to those who call evil good and good evil, who put darkness for light and light for darkness." This rebukes the inversion of moral order, celebrating what Scripture calls sin, while labeling biblical values as hate and division. Mayor Rob Moore, your agenda risks leading Los Gatos, a once great town of moral character, down this path, confusing our children and eroding family and faith foundations. Deuteronomy and Leviticus further condemn homosexuality as an abomination, to'eva, underscoring God's unchanging stance against such practices that defy his design for humanity. Psalm chapter 2 describes earthly rulers defying God. The kings of the earth set themselves against the Lord. He who sits in the heavens laughs. Now, therefore, O kings, be wise. Be warned, serve the Lord with fear. Kiss the Son, lest he be angry, and you perish in the way. Leaders who align against God's design invite judgment. But good news, mercy comes in submission to Christ. One can only serve one God at a time. We all know this. Bob Dylan sings that. As Joshua chapter 24, verse 15 declares, quote, "And if it is evil in your eyes to serve the Lord, choose this day whom you will serve, whether the gods your fathers served or the gods of the enemies. But as for me and my household, we will serve the Lord." Mayor Rob Moore, if you choose to promote LGBTQ plus ideologies and the like, you cannot serve God too. Yet there's hope, again, in repentance. 2 Chronicles 7:14 promises, "If my people humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and heal their land." We must put on the full armor of God by knowing his word, or we will be deceived in these perilous times. Mayor Rob Moore and council members, I urge you, turn from this agenda. Humble yourselves before the Lord. Protect our town's moral fabric and our nation's sovereignty. Let's seek healing for Los Gatos through prayer and righteousness, not hate and division. I am proud of my daughter who graduated from Los Gatos High School, although some of the influences in this town have driven a wedge between a once very loving relationship. I also grieve the loss of my cousin 2 months ago who died from a homosexual relationship and caused his early demise. I do not promote that or condone it. Thank you. God bless. Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Are there any speakers? Please do not clap or you will have to leave the meeting.
Mayor, it sounds as if some of the public comments might be related to agenda item 15. And so it might be worthwhile to ask the speakers if they're here to address item 15.
Absolutely. Thank you. I think that was our last verbal communication. Is there anyone else who wants to speak on verbal communications?
We have a hand on, oh, it just dropped.
This is on items not on the agenda. Did you fill out a speaker card? You can speak for just a minute. Yeah, but you have to fill out a speaker card. It has to be an item not on the agenda, and it also has to be related to the subject matter jurisdiction of the town of Los Gatos. So it has to be something we can do something about. You can approach the podium and fill it out afterwards.
I think for adults, it's one thing, but for children, we want to protect children. And I've had foster children, and I know that there's a very high suicide rate. And they actually, one school asked my nephew, "What gender are you?" I don't think that's an appropriate question.
Sorry, can I interrupt? Is this related to the flag policy?
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll be doing the flag policy in about 15 minutes or so.
Okay,
So
okay.
you can come back and fill out a card then. Okay, it looks like we have... okay, is anyone on Zoom here to speak on verbal communications on items not on the agenda? Okay, not seeing any hands, so we will close verbal communications and move on to our next item. We have three very similar items, items 12, 13, and 14. And so I will turn it over to, I believe this is our HR director, or HR director for a presentation on item 12. Thank you. And just to introduce this is to adopt a resolution for the California Public Employees Retirement System retirement plan to waive the 180-day retiree rehire wait period for Geeta Ungvari.
Hi again, everyone. Sorry, I didn't introduce myself last time. My name is Cheryl Parkman. I'm the Human Resources Director here at the Town of Los Gatos, and I tried to walk a little slower so I wouldn't be out of breath this time. So I appreciate your patience with me. I'm actually here for 3 items tonight. The first of which is I'm hoping that you will adopt a resolution for CalPERS. This is to waive the 180-day retiree rehire wait period so that we can appoint Geeta Ungvari as the Interim Administrative Services Director. And the reason for this is because the town is currently in a recruitment for the Administrative Services Director, which is a new position. And CalPERS does require us to appoint someone to the vacant position. So although Geeta is the current Finance Director, we would need to appoint her as Interim Administrative Services Director until such time as we are able to fill the position. Now, typically, CalPERS does require us to have a 6-month or 180-day wait period, but we can actually waive that wait period if there are extenuating circumstances. And I think for the Finance Director, or Administrative Services Director in this case, there are critical functions that need to continue to occur that we cannot wait to have someone in that position. Such as tonight you're hearing the ACFR and budget preparations are ongoing, as well as other Treasury matters. So I'm here tonight to ask you to waive that via resolution, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Do any council members have questions on this item? Okay, seeing none, we will open public comment on item 12. I do not have any speaker cards. Is there anyone on Zoom who would like to speak on this item? Seeing none, I will close public comment and see if there is further discussion or a motion. Yeah, please, Councilmember Hudes.
Thank you. I wanted to start out by thanking Ms. Ungvari for her long and dedicated service to the town, and most recently serving as Finance Director. This is the last meeting in her permanent appointment, and so I wanted to acknowledge, from my own personal experience, having worked on the Finance Commission for a number of years, that the Finance Director job is not an easy job, and questions frequently come from council members, the Finance Commission, and the public. And Ms. Ungvari has handled these interactions with grace and candor, and has kept a challenging financial system running in order to produce financial results. And I've noticed since stepping into the role of finance director, there have been fewer material questions about the reports that we've received. So I again want to thank Mrs. Ongvari for her service and willingness to continue to serve on an interim basis. And with that, I move to adopt a resolution for the California Public Employees Retirement System retirement plan to waive the 180-day retiree rehire wait period and to appoint Gita Ongvari as the interim administrative services director in the finance department.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Badami?
I second, and I echo the sentiments from Councilmember Hudes.
Please.
Thank you. I also echo those sentiments. I want to thank Director Ongvari for not only all of the years that you worked in the town of Los Gatos and worked to bring our finance department along so well, but also for your continued dedication to the town in that you'll continue to work for us after retirement once we pass this resolution. So thank you.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, I also just want to express my deep gratitude. We're very, very grateful to have you here in the town of Los Gatos, and we wish you the best in your retirement, but we appreciate you staying on with us a little bit longer. Okay, I will call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None. Passes unanimously. We will now move on to item 13.
Thank you so much. This is my item as well. So as you can tell, in December, there are actually quite a few retirements for town staff in the town of Los Gatos. And we have our police department IT systems administrator who is going to be retiring in January. And so I'm here to request another waiver of the 180-day retiree rehire waiting period for Jose Reyes. And the reason for that is because he is actually going to be providing extra help to the town for 3 very mission critical projects for our public safety. The first is related to implementing Axon's real-time crime center, which is really going to help put together our voluntary camera systems and other surveillance projects. He also will be helping operate in launching the department's first drone as a first responder initiative, including receiving an FAA Part 107 certification and license. And the next one, which is another mission critical public safety project, is our next generation 911 transition, and that's a part of Cal OES. And he'll be acting as a liaison between several vendors and the California Office of Emergency Services. And since these are very important public safety projects, we do need his extra help before the 180 days is up for his waiting period. So I'm here to ask for the same thing for Jose, which is that we adopt this resolution to waive the 180-day waiting period.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, I will open up public comment. I have no cards. Seeing no hands raised on Zoom, I will close public comment and see if there is discussion or motion. Please, Councilmember Badami.
See no hands raised. I'll go ahead and make a motion. There is no additional cost for the town. So I move to adopt a resolution for the California Public Employees Retirement System retirement plan to waive the 180-day retiree rehire wait period and to appoint Jose Reyes as extra help in the police department.
Is there a second? Councilmember Hudes.
Second?
Excellent. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor of item 13, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None. Passes unanimously. All right, one more. Item 14.
One more. Thank you so much for your patience as we go over these. So the next item I'm bringing in front of you is another waiver of the 180-day waiting period, and that's to appoint Jeanette Judd as the interim executive assistant to the town manager and town council. As this town council knows, this is a very critical job for the town, not only in being the first point of contact for our town manager, assistant town manager, but also for our citizens in relation to town council. So we consider this to be a very important position. We have opened a recruitment for the position, so we are able to appoint Jeanette as interim as opposed to extra help. And as Councilmember Badami rightfully pointed out, there is no really additional cost to any of these items, including for Jeanette Judd to be the interim executive assistant. And that's because there are no real benefits associated with it. So these are real cost neutral decisions. So thank you for pointing that out. That's important to say. So here I am again asking for you to adopt a resolution to waive the 180 days for Jeanette Judd so we can appoint her starting January 5th as our interim executive assistant to the town manager and town council.
Thank you very much. Any questions of staff? Seeing none, I will open up public comment. I have no speaker cards on this item, and I am not seeing any hands on Zoom. So I will close public comment and see if council members have questions, comments, or motion. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I can make the motion. I don't see Jeanette in here, but I think anybody who's ever been in the town offices knows how integral she is to all communications within the offices, but also out to the community and tracking all kinds of referrals for service, for help, and then kind of trying to, what I jokingly called herd council cats. We're the council cats, and she's always herding cats and trying to set up meetings. So anyway, I can make the motion to adopt a resolution for the California Public Employees Retirement System retirement plan to waive the 180-day retiree rehire wait period and to appoint Jeanette Judd as an interim executive assistant to the town manager in the town manager's office.
Councilmember Badami?
Second.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? And I would just remark that the council has an inside insight into what a consummate professional Jeanette Judd is, and it would be very hard to do all of our jobs without her. So thank you to Jeanette for continuing to support the town council and town manager. Okay, seeing no other comments, I'll call the question on item 14. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? None. Passes unanimously.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, so we will now move on to item 15, which is to discuss, consider, and provide direction to modify the Town of Los Gatos flag policy for town-owned flagpoles, including potential future display of the Pride flag during Pride Month. Our town manager, Chris Constantine, will give a brief introduction to this item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a council request by the mayor, brought forth by the former mayor on today's meeting. The staff report, I think, is pretty detailed for the limited time that we executed on this. Since this was not at the direction of the majority of council, we were trying to limit the amount of staff time, but we did some extra work understanding the importance of highlighting some of the issues here. The request for the town to consider a change in the flag policy, this is not the first time. This is an item that, at least going back a number of years, started in 2016 and 2018 and as recently as earlier in 2020. In terms of issues that you may want to consider, there is the U.S. flag code that specifies how the flag is to be displayed. There is also California law that specifies the order of precedence of flags to be on the flagpole, yet it does not require a governmental flag like the state of California flag to be flown above a jurisdiction. And there's also the policy consideration of governmental speech and how you design any policy if you wish to consider a change. We did a search across the town clerk's listserv, which is a group that shares best practices and policies when cities make requests. And so we made that request to determine what are others doing. We got a number of responses, and we do highlight those responses. For example, flagpoles are not open to public expression. Every single request has limited the expression of speech to be governmental speech. That is speech that the government itself desires to put forth and not an open forum for public speech, which is the alternative. that council authorization is required for any flag that may be put on a town flagpole, that there are strict limits on the duration and location of when those specific flags will be flown. In many cases, it's a singular flag at a town or city hall. Clear ordering and placement rules. Very clearly, the U.S. flag should sit superior in position of honor to any other flag, then followed by the state flag and any other commemorative flag, of which a variety you'll see out there, from the Pride flag to the Tree City USA flag to the POW flag and the like. The policies also are explicit in their restrictions on content. As to you restrict certain flags, such as flags of political parties, election outcomes, commercial entities, or religious movements, to avoid any of the appearance of endorsement in those cases. Scotts Valley and Millbrae specifically have these explicit prohibitions. In terms of the approaches to a Pride or other commemorative flag, there are annual Pride Month displays, which usually occurs around the month of June. There are also case-by-case applications of those flags. While staff are not taking a position on this matter, as it is a policy decision of the council, we did outline some options to at least be a starting point for your conversations. One option is you could adopt a change to the current policy that the council has, which is a very limited policy on how the flag is to be raised or lowered. It doesn't specify authorizing a commemorative flag. You can amend that policy that allows, by council authorization, the erection of any other flag. Option 2 is to take that same modification, but at the same time direct staff to come forth with a resolution to raise the Pride flag, either once or for the month of June or any other period of time. Option 3 is to adopt a government flags only policy where we fly no commemorative flags, and that would mean no POW flag, no Tree City USA, of which we've been one for now 40 years. Or you can consider option 4, to provide additional direction and to refer the draft policy amendments back to the council policy committee with certain directions for them to modify and bring back to the council. And the last option is no action at all from the current policy or any alternate direction that the council desires. And so with that, I'll turn it back to the mayor for discussion.
Thank you very much. So we'll start with any preliminary comments questions from council members. Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to public comment. I'm estimating we have well over 20 public commenters here. So as much as is possible, please, be concise. And yeah, we will begin. So we'll start with Autumn. And the next commenter, so you all can get ready, is Elijah. And then Cece.
Good evening. I am here to speak in support of a town flag policy that allows us to raise the Progress Pride flag next June. Some of you may remember a public comment that I gave earlier this year in which I shared a personal story of something that happened to me as a new Los Gatos resident. About 9 years ago, shortly after moving here, I met someone from a neighboring town, I called him Ben, who told me that he loved our town, especially our farmers market, but that he did not feel safe and welcome to be here holding his boyfriend's hand. I was really shook by that comment, and I still am today, but it was really hard as a new resident coming here, not knowing what our town was about, and really questioning, what does my town stand for? Now, having lived here for a decade, I know that this is not what the Los Gatos I know stands for, or at least what we want to stand for. In fact, just 2 weeks ago in this room, or the hallway, I was so pleased to hear 4 of the 5 council members specifically choose the words welcoming in their remarks about our transition between mayors. Some of you spoke to Los Gatos' welcoming community as being part of what makes it a treasure, that it's part of that special character that we want to preserve, while others spoke about having a welcoming community for all residents. And so I'm here tonight to ask you to take those beautiful words and to stand by them, to turn them into action. So many of our neighboring jurisdictions that have policies like these have already shown us that it's possible. And at a time where there are so many things going on and so many competing needs and constrained resources, what an excellent opportunity to take a small, meaningful step that can really make a difference. What an excellent opportunity to show Los Gatos community members and visitors that they are all welcome, including those like Ben. And what an excellent opportunity to show us what our town truly stands for. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Elijah. After Elijah, we will have Cece and then Terry. Oh, I'm sorry. Good question. Ash Gian. Thank you, Elijah. Please always correct me.
Hi, I'm Eli. I'm a Los Gatos High School junior, and I want to talk today about the proposal to raise the rainbow flag on Pride Month. So when you Google Los Gatos, some of the first articles that come up are about terrible hate crimes that have been perpetrated here. And I think this creates an image of our town as racist and homophobic. That isn't who we are, and it objectively isn't what we want for our future. Raising the flag sends the signal that we are a community that respects all of our neighbors, regardless of how they identify, and that we want everyone to feel comfortable living and working in Los Gatos. It's not a political statement. It's not a religious statement. It's not a sign of favoritism towards any particular group of people. It's just a simple way to show our support for a group of people that is frequently mistreated, has been mistreated here in the past, and it's a small sign that they will not be mistreated here anymore. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Cece?
Good evening. So I did not, I don't have any speech, but as a foreigner, a black person, a military wife, a mother, I find it very sad to come from another country, to find that our children are being taught to be something they are not. A child, a female child, cannot identify they cannot understand that they are women or children or how shall I say? A girl must know that they are girls because of what they identify what's between their legs. And a man must be able to identify who they are by what's between their legs. I cannot understand why people want to belittle themselves by identifying themselves by what's between their legs. It doesn't make sense to me. My daughter must know she's a woman, not because somebody says that because she's wearing pants or she has some kind of identification outside of her body that makes her who she is. I don't believe that we should confuse the children. I think we should channel our efforts in helping people who are disadvantaged, who do not have food to eat. Instead of raising a pride flag does not make you who you are. Just because you have a flag that says it's pink and yellow and green does not identify who you are. There's so much division in this country. It's so sad. I come from Africa. I come here and I find that there's no unity amongst the people here. And you're using this to cause more division. When are you going to change and start focusing on important things? This is very sad and disconcerting to me. Why? Why are we wasting our time on this? Does that make you who you are? Just because somebody says I'm black and says that I'm a nigger doesn't identify who I am. I will not take that. Your identification is who your creator made you to be. Please don't waste time on things like this. Focus on people who are hungry and teach them who they really are instead of confusing them My children went to your Los Gatos High School. Yes, some of them were being discriminated against, but I told them, that is not who you are. Who you are is who you believe to be, not what somebody tells you to be. So stop this and let's be united.
Thank you. Please do not clap. Terry Hernandez.
Good evening, Mayor Moore, and congratulations, and City Council members. My name is Terry Hernandez, and I'm the president of Pride Social South County. We are here to support our LGBT in the county and beyond. We are a nonprofit. I'm also a MSW social worker, having worked with pediatric and adult hospice care. I'm here to support our LGBT siblings in Los Gatos in favor of raising the pride flag, and also requesting that a policy be made so that this is just done automatically annually. I'm hearing a lot of comments that really, unfortunately, are very ignorant. If you have family members that are LGBT, please educate yourself. You are welcome to come and volunteer. We welcome you to come and see what the life is like of somebody who is LGBT. We're talking about division. Right now, the LGBT community, along with immigrants and many other marginalized groups, are being scapegoated. We have an increase in hate crimes. And one of the things that you can do is, by raising the pride flag, it's symbolic of welcoming everybody. The reality is that the LGBT community is part of the human community. So it doesn't make sense when I'm hearing focus on something else. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for acts of hate and our LGBT siblings being killed just because of who they love. As far as your concerns about grooming adults, you should look at many people who are in positions of leadership in faith communities that actually abuse children, and they are supposedly there to help support and lead. So why don't you focus on the people who are actually doing those things? So I ask today for people to please educate themselves. If you want to come, you can actually come in and volunteer. We'll be happy to welcome you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next commenter is Lek, followed by Dr. Franklin.
Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the discussion. I have been always very appreciative of the fact that this community, society, and I think most of the nation is very open to newcomers and make possible for people to make it a new home for them. That means that we have a lot of communities, we have a lot of cultural, different backgrounds, religious different backgrounds. So I would like to say that I don't see why we should promote just one community. If you want to promote one community, maybe we should promote everybody. Why not basically display respect to everybody? That would be more appropriate and be more inclusive rather than just one. I mean, I understand concerns and people have different feelings about importance, but I'm pretty sure that there must be a lot of different communities that go through hardships. So we should show respect. So maybe we should show more flags, or maybe we shouldn't show any. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Franklin, followed by Mrs. Franklin.
Good evening, Council. So many commemorative flags would be divisive rather than inclusive, as most issues have people on both sides, as we've already seen here in comments tonight. For example, a military-related flag might be supported by many, but might be opposed by anti-war groups. An ill-considered flag policy would create a private forum for displaying flags on public property, such as in the case of Shurtleff versus City of Boston in 2022, where the Supreme Court ruled that a group's free speech rights were violated when the city censored their flag. So this could open the door to all manner of flags being flown on city flagpoles. So does the town council want to go into the morass of deciding which group's flags to fly and for how long? If you open the door to the pride flag, which represents a portion of the town's population, next June, what would you vote when someone wants to raise the South Vietnamese flag to commemorate the fall of Saigon? That might be reasonable. You might want to vote for that. What about the Ukrainian flag? Or how about the Communist Chinese or the Taiwanese flag? There are strong feelings on both sides, and raising one would anger others and vice versa. But both represent some segment of the Los Gatos population. Or how about the Russian flag? What about a Christian or a Jewish flag? These also represent a portion of the town's population. Or what about a Make America Great Again flag? Is that too political? So is the pride flag. It's a political statement. Since this agenda item already contemplates flying the pride flag next June, this is already promoting a certain point of view and a political agenda, and thus is already crossed from promoting a neutral change in policy to promoting a divisive point of view. Keep our town united by flying only the American, California, and Los Gatos town flag. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Mrs. Franklin, followed by Maureen Heath.
Good evening. According to the Los Gatos Council Agenda Report, quote, in 2016, the Town Council adopted a flag policy to document procedures for raising and lowering flags on town properties. The adopted flag property focuses on defining the official town seal and town flag, governing their use, and outlining procedures for raising, lowering, gifting, and trading town flags. It specifies the required design of seal and states that the town flag consists of a color seal centered on a white field with the phrase, "The Gem of the Foothills," printed below. The policy also requires all flags on town property to flow the United States Flag Code. The town manager may also authorize the gifting or trading of the town flag, unquote. Lowering, raising, gifting, trading, and designing the Los Gatos flag, simple and non-controversial. From the report, we see no non-governmental flag or any commemorative flag is of concern in the flagpole policy. There's a place for private expression, which is our First Amendment, right? Regarding freedom of religion, assembly, speech, press, and petition. Anyone can fly whatever flags they like on their own property. Members of City Council should not waste time making decisions on whose flag to fly next week, but focus on more urgent decisions regarding the town's business. The official town flag represents government speech. It should not be a forum for private expression, period. Unless the council is interested in working long hours to approve whose flag to fly each day. Once the Pandora flag box is opened, hundreds of nationalities, cultures, languages, and identities represented in Los Gatos will line up to ask for this council's approval to fly their flags municipally. So forcing the council's view on Los Gatos residents is not the business of a town in a constitutional republic, but a communist government specialty. I ask the council members to affirm the municipality's intent to use flagpoles for government speech to unify all residents by the good old national and state and town flags, instead of responding to flag requests about private feelings to divide the town. Unity is our strength. Do not let any non-governmental flag, such as the LGBTQ flag or any other commemorative flag, distract your focus to serve the people. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Maureen Heath, followed by Rick Kay.
I'm almost afraid to talk after all the hate I've heard here tonight. I'm here to support the creation of a commemorative flag policy, and specifically the pride flag. 11 of 15 cities here in Santa Clara County do a pride flag raising without all of the vitriol that I've heard tonight. Los Gatos has experienced so much homophobic hate. It's just very sad to hear all of this commentary tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Rick Kay.
My name is Rick Kay. I'm really grateful to be here. And I'm a minister, and I love the Lord, but it's not always been like that. I'm against pride flag, and I'm not against. I'm discouraged when I see it flying to promote an ideology. This is not hate. I'm loving people when I'm sharing this. Let me go back 60 years. I'm 67. I was molested multiple times by homosexuals, and there wasn't a gay pride flag flying then. It wrecked my whole mindset in my early years. Okay, so it's like they say this is hate, hate speech. Charlie Kirk was killed because he was trying to love on people and get the young folk, the young people, to understand what living is about. It's, we were like this lady over here said that we're born either a boy or a girl. I can't, can I identify as a black person or can I identify as a millionaire because I think I am? No, it's common sense, and America's lost their common sense. And it's just mind-boggling to me that we're taking little boys or little girls and cutting off parts of their body. And then when they're older, they're regretting what happened. I'm not against any homosexuals. I've had homosexuals tell me they love me and they like me because I don't go against them. I don't hate them. But a lot of people in here think that I hate them. No, God loves all of us. God loves everyone, homosexual, anybody. There's not a person in this world that is not forgiven by God. But we need to come to the blood bank of Christ and receive the gift of forgiveness. That God, that they can have the joy and the peace and the happiness in their lives. And that's what I'm here about. I was a heroin addict. I was an alcoholic. I was a dope fiend. And I was a sexual freak when I was young because of what happened to me. But 40 years ago, now going on 41, I've been sober. And I've been serving the Lord. I was going to read out of here, but I just forget. I just want to testify that there is a God in heaven. He loves us all. But heaven is sweet. Hell is hot. We're all going to one place, ready or not. And that's the bottom line. That's why I'm here. I pass people every day that are on their way to hell because they don't have a relationship with the God of heaven. His name is Jesus Christ. Jehovah. He loves everybody in here. Just know that. He doesn't hate you. He doesn't have a big stick waiting for you to mess up. God bless you all. Merry Christmas, and remember that Jesus is the reason for the season. I love you all.
Sue Ann Lorig, followed by Nancy Murphy.
Hello, Mayor Moore, Vice Mayor Risto, and Council. I'm Sue Ann Lorig and have lived in Los Gatos 12 years. I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you. You may remember me as the organizer of the Sidewalk Chalk Rainbows for the Los Gatos Stands United Against Hate March and Rally in November 2021, when this community came together to stand united in support of inclusiveness and against hateful rhetoric and acts. I'm here today to encourage the town of Los Gatos to continue to support those ideals and to visibly show that support by raising the pride flag this June and every June thereafter. One may wonder why it's important to fly the pride flag. Really, why do we do it? In this divisive time, it's more important than ever that we stand up for our values, that we visibly demonstrate that we value each person, and that we honor each person's inherent worth and dignity. A pride flag is much more than a symbol of LGBTQ plus pride. By flying it, it shows that we support LGBTQ plus people, that we are here for them. Not only do we want people to be safe here, we want them to feel safe here, regardless of their body parts, identity, or sexuality. When an LGBTQ plus person sees the town flying a pride flag, they can know that the town is welcoming and accepting of them, that the town cares about their safety, and that they are valued here. The overwhelming majority of cities in Santa Clara County raised the pride flag with no problem. By joining them, we showed that we too stand for justice and compassion in our human relations, and that all are welcome here in Los Gatos. I urge you to join cities in Santa Clara County and across the Bay Area in flying the pride flag this June and every June. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Nancy Murphy, followed by John Shepard.
As you said, my name's Nancy Murphy, and I just want to offer brief comments on the proposed changes to the Town of Los Gatos flagpole policy, and particularly regarding the potential display of the pride flag in June. While cities are not obligated to fly any flags, governmental or commemorative, doing so constitutes government speech. As such, towns must exercise great caution to avoid viewpoint discrimination when selecting which flags to display. Elevating one group's flags, in this case the LGBTQ community, would require extending the same opportunity to other groups or causes requesting similar recognition. Singling out one while denying others could invite significant legal challenges, including claims of discrimination, of which the city attorney is undoubtedly aware of. To prevent unnecessary controversy and potential lawsuits, I strongly recommend maintaining the current policy, which limits flagpole displays to official government flags only. This neutral approach best serves the Los Gatos town interests.
Thank you. John Shepard, followed by Nova.
Hello, Honorable Mayor and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I stand before you for the young lives we have already lost, the beautiful LGBT plus youth whose futures were stolen by homophobia, transphobia, and hate. Their names must be spoken because their stories remind us of what silence costs. Fred Martinez, murdered at age of 16. Gwen Arejo, murdered at the age of 17. Charlie Howard, murdered at the age of 14. Lawrence King, only 15 when he died. Simi Williams Jr., 17 when they passed away. Dwayne Jones, murdered at the age of 16. Alexander Hajo, murdered at the age of 14. Berhala Stone, murdered at the age of 17. Next Benedict, murdered at the age of 16. Brendan Tena, murdered at the age of 21. Matthew Shepard, brutally beaten at the age and died at 21. Each of them was a child of community, someone's son, daughter, siblings, friends. Each of them deserved safety, dignity, and the chance to grow up. Their lives were cut short by intolerance and violence that no young person should ever endure. Today's LGBT youth continue to face these dangers. They experience 52% more bullying and harassment than their peers. 29% report threatened with physical violence, and 90% report physical and verbal harassment. Nearly 45% of LGBT youth seriously consider suicide, and that number climbs to over half for transgender and non-binary youth. LGBT people are 9 times more likely to experience violent hate crimes, and 1 in 10 hate crimes incidents against LGBT youth ends up in fatality. These are not just numbers, they are warnings, they are reminders, and they are a call to action. Raising the pride flag in Los Gatos is not symbolic for symbolism's sake. It is a message, a lifeline to LGBT plus youth who are watching their community closely and wondering that they truly belong here. Raising that flag tells them you are seen, you are heard, you are valued, you are safe. I urge this town council to take the simple life-affirming step that lets us show our LGBTQ plus youth that Los Gatos stands with them and supports them. Thank you.
Thank you. Nova and then Eric Liang.
Good evening, Council. My name is Nova Jaraj. I am 17 years old and a current student at Los Gatos High School. Honestly, I've been asked what I'm doing here before. I've been to various council meetings in numerous towns by now, all on school nights, wiping away drooping eyes. Why am I not doing what normal high schoolers are doing and studying for finals? I've had friends ask me why I'm here, why I'm choosing to spend time at long meetings and town halls, and honestly, I didn't know the answer at first. Why am I here? Why did I spend hours convincing others to join me here today? To be honest, I'm frustrated, and I'm glad I've allowed myself to feel that way. My whole life, I've been told that people older than me know best. Respect your elders. They have wisdoms. Adults have college degrees. I don't. They've seen generations go by, witnessed all phases of life, and I'm just a kid at the end of the day. That mindset has been instilled in me for so long that I've never allowed myself to feel angry about every policy passed that felt like another nail in the coffin. I always believed adults were right. Then I grew older. I started asking questions. If adults were always right, why did so many things go wrong in history? Why are there so many things wrong now? Why can't families afford to get life-saving surgery? Why are there so many laws against marginalized people, making it harder to achieve the same things as everyone else? Through those questions, I let myself feel anger, frustration, and passion, and that's ultimately what's led me here. I'm frustrated that some have considered not promoting a place of belonging for the LGBTQ community. I'm angry that others have stood in the same spot as me and spoken hateful word against other communities. I'm resentful that policies benefiting my future, working toward what me and many other youth need, require comments from us just to pass. Council, I'm asking you to raise a flag. This policy isn't revolutionary. 11 out of 15 Santa Clara County cities already raised the flag. To me, this shouldn't even be a debate. Los Gatos is a town with a small town charm, full of community events and neighborhoods where people water your plants and bring in your packages when you're away. For a place built on community, I expect you to continue building on that goal. I expect you to raise the pride flag, not just because it's the moral thing to do, but because you believe Los Gatos is a community for everyone, and you want everyone to feel like they belong. Furthermore, I just want to emphasize that being gay or transgender is not a choice. It's determined by prenatal factors. It's how people are born. Stanford research and the National Institute of Medicine confirmed this. Homophobia is repeating the cycle of hate in history, and I'm asking you to work towards breaking this. Religion is not justification for hate. As a constituent, I'm asking you to prove yourselves to me and all the other youth here. This is our town too. I want people to see a flag and feel like they belong. I want it to be a welcome sign, a small sign that says, "We support you." I encourage you to really think about your vote. Voting is a statement of support for everyone. It's about wanting Los Gatos to be a place where unity prevails over division. If you choose to vote against this policy, that decision will not be forgotten. If you want to be welcoming, this to me is bare minimum. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Eric, who will be followed by Guy.
Good evening, council members. My name is Eric Liang. I'm 16 years old and a student of Saratoga High School. I'm here with Los Gatos Saratoga Youth Advocacy today, and I urge you to raise the pride flag in June because this is our future and we want one that is accepting and welcoming to everyone. So I understand that some people believe LGBTQ plus identity conflicts with religious beliefs or is considered a sin, and those personal beliefs deserve respect. However, city government should not enforce one religious interpretation over others in a diverse community. Raising the pride flag does not ask anyone to change their faith or stop serving God. It simply affirms that all residents deserve safety, dignity, and equal treatment. There's no evidence that visibility or acceptance changes someone's belief or identity, but there's strong evidence that rejection causes harm. Organizations such as the CDC and the Trevor Project have shown that LGBT plus youth in accepting communities experience significantly lower rates of depression and suicide. As a town that values community, inclusivity, and the well-being of its residents, especially its youth, Los Gatos has the opportunity to show that these values extend to all families. Thank you for your time and your considering this step toward a community where everyone feels like they belong.
Thank you. Next is Guy, followed by Alicia.
Hello, my name is Guy. I'm 17 years old, and I'm a student at Los Gatos High School. I am here with Los Gatos Saratoga Youth Advocacy, and I urge you to raise the pride flag in June. I think it's important to raise awareness for the LGBTQ community and to promote the idea of showing equal respect to one another despite different forms of expressions. I don't think the inclusion of a specific group of people specifically harms anyone or has to disclude anyone else, as others have expressed today. I believe that raising the pride flag during June will make our town a welcome place for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Alicia, followed by Louisa.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. I was raised in the nearby Saratoga and Campbell, and it's a beautiful town, Los Gatos is. I'm here to support the LGBTQ plus community. I love them, and I know that they deserve love and respect and kindness. The I'm also here, to ask the Los Gatos City Council to please raise the Pride Progress flag here in Los Gatos in 2026. The LGBTQ plus community is marginalized and has faced much violence, threats, emotional abuse, ostracism, and even at times murdered, just for being the wonderful people that they are. Hate towards this marginalized group is unnecessary and very wrong. A lot of people in the queer community fear speaking up for their rights because of possible retaliation. LGBTQ youth have been targeted by other youth, adults, and have even been rejected by their families, leading some to commit suicide due to bullying and rejection. To me, that is very sad that any youth should feel so rejected that they want to take their own lives. So if any of you have children or nieces or nephews, you think, what if they were rejected? Could they possibly end their lives? I never want to hear any other LGBTQ plus youth wanting to end their lives. And by the city council raising this flag, it offers a lot of hope to youths who are part of this community, and they can see that they are loved, respected, and welcomed, and that can give them hope for their future. And don't we want everybody, especially our youth, to be hopeful of their future? So please, City Council and Mayor, please vote yes to raise the Pride Progress flag in 2026. The youth will be grateful, even the ones who aren't part of that LGBTQ plus community. I'm a straight ally, and I would like to see everyone to be treated with equality, kindness, happiness, empathy and love. Everybody deserves to be treated well. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next we have Louisa, followed by Preston.
Good evening, council members. My name is Louisa Horwath. I am 16 years old and a student here at Los Gatos High. I am here with the Los Gatos Saratoga Youth Advocacy, and I urge you to raise the pride flag in June to demonstrate Los Gatos' acceptance and support of the LGBTQ plus youth. I'm going to be honest here, being in this room scares me. The hatred I've heard tonight makes me worried of what might happen if I support my beliefs and speak here tonight. However, I'm still speaking because I truly believe that this is important. This flag promotes ideas of love and acceptance, things I would like to think that Los Gatos stands for. I have to ask those who oppose this flag and what it stands for, how does this hurt you? How does this promote anything but support for members of this community? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will go to Preston, followed by Ali Miano.
Good evening. Regarding the pride flag, I think there's been some good ideological arguments against the raising of the flag, and that may not speak to some of you, so I want to speak about it on more pragmatic terms. And that is that what is the point and what is to be accomplished by this measure? You as town council, city council, whatever, I'm not sure if it's a town or a city, it's kind of confusing with Los Gatos, but you were elected to represent your citizenry, and that means all your citizenry. And I think it's incumbent on you not to divide the citizens, to take sides and say, we're going to favor these people and not these people. The goal of the city should be just to treat everybody fairly and equally. And it's not necessary to elevate and commemorate one specific class of people in order to treat people fairly and equally. It's not really going to signify an openness in the community or change any hearts in the people. Really what it is making a statement about what the council believes. Because you've seen that there are many people in the community that are not in favor of this. You're not going to be accused of being bigoted by not flying the flag. It's not a statement of that at all. However, by doing so, you alienate and anger a significant portion of the population. And so I would say that in order to avoid dividing the community, you should not take this kind of stance. And lastly, it's not like I said, it's not going to change any hearts or minds of the people out there. In fact, it is possible that raising the flag might inflame those that truly are bigoted and that truly do have hate, and you might get some blowback that might have negative consequences in itself. So I oppose the proposal. Thank you.
Next, we have Ali, followed by Craig Gleason.
Thank you very much for taking my comment, and thanks for all you do. I want to just start by saying, what does this flag stand for? I teach Spanish at the college level, and in Spanish 1, the LGBTQ plus flag, the Progress Pride flag, is really helpful for teaching colors. And it truly is. And so red stands for life, orange for health, yellow for the sun, purple for spirit, blue for serenity, and green for nature. And then you have the triangle portion. The black and brown stands for racial minorities and people who have lived, and one would say had died as well, some of them, with HIV or AIDS. And the colors pink, blue, and white stand for the trans community. And so I think what many of us feel here tonight is that those are all things that exist and people who exist. Nobody's going to deny that the sun is up in the sky and that our planet and other planets revolve around the sun. Nobody's going to deny nature or life. And by the same token, you cannot deny that there are people, we all have relatives, friends, neighbors who come from the LGBTQ plus community. Some people have said tonight that uplifting that community is a zero-sum game, that uplifting one community means offending another. It shouldn't be that way. Uplifting a community that has historically been discriminated against, and as you have heard, even young kids killed. There's nothing there's no zero-sum game there in supporting people who have been attacked and maligned in that way. I want to end by talking about two relatives. Some of you have said that putting up the flag for 1 month is somehow making a political statement. We have a political statement out front. We've got a huge flame to the men and women and all the gendered folks who've given their lives for our country. One of them was my great uncle who lost his life in Normandy. But I also have a cousin who lost his life to AIDS. And I would like to see him commemorated as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Craig, followed by Mary Buxton.
Good evening, Mayor Moore and council members. I am Craig Gleason on the Los Gatos Parks and Sustainability Commission and also Mid-Penn Ward 1 Director. To be clear, I'm not speaking for the commission or for Mid-Penn here, just speaking as a town resident. But I do want to share my observations and opinions from Mid-Penn's adoption of the pride flag raising. I've been to 2 of those events now. I think they've been a really positive thing for the organization. And it's a very visible recognition that we value everybody, and the staff members have appreciated that. Those events bring all people together, and I feel proud to be part of an organization that celebrates diversity. Also, from a practical perspective, I think it's actually been a very good decision for recruiting and retention of employees. And I just want to say I'd be very happy to see the town adopt the pride flag raising as well. Thanks very much for your consideration and the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Next we have Mary, followed by Alex Sanchez Silva.
Good evening, council, and congratulations, Mayor Moore. I'm Mary Buxton, and I am here because I am in support of being able to raise the progressive pride flag this June. I think it's really important that people feel loved and accepted and respected. And I feel there are a lot of rollbacks and the opposite going on the federal level, which to me makes it feel more important that we do this now. And I just don't see how it's going to harm us to be inclusive and stand for that. Thank you very much. And I guess of all the list of 5 or 6 options, I'd go for number 2 of that list, that to create the policy and then have a resolution for that. Thank you very much. I appreciate your listening.
Thank you. Next we'll go to Alex, followed by Catherine McDowell.
Hello. Hi, council members. I'm a junior at the high school. I just want to quickly disavow the slippery slope fallacies and whataboutisms that we've heard today, but that's fine. That's fine. I think that a political debate about this policy is immoral, and not because the discussion itself is bad. I just think that we're framing this in a way where somehow in an hour or 2, we're all going to magically agree about gender or identity. That's not going to happen, and that's not what this discussion should be about. This policy is about basic representation, dignity, and granting the natural rights of all people in this community, including the LGBTQ plus people in this community, in Los Gatos. And people will argue that this bill is symbolic, that it represents our town's evolving morals and philosophy through slow discussion. I disagree. I think it is so much more than that. Really, this debate has turned into a weapon used in a larger battle of ideologies. We have let a handful of extremists speak the loudest for us because we have been misguided under the presumption that discussion and compromise by itself is a virtue. But we cannot use political rhetoric to compromise with hatred, and we cannot use people to advance political interests. The former is impossible, and both are unacceptable. Gay people are not a pawn in any agenda. We have to acknowledge their existence. They're not just on TV, they're here. They're not a gang of drag queens trying to hypnotize our youth. No, they're people fighting to belong. They work as doctors, teachers, librarians, crossing guards, moms, dads, sons, young, old, tall, and they are people. Don't laugh. They are people. Okay. By
Two things really quick. Please direct your comments to the council.
sorry.
All good. And please do not interject or disrupt in any way. Thank you.
Okay. By debating if our LGBTQ community is worth representing on our flag posts, by debating their identity, we are debating and undermining their value as people. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Catherine, followed by Jeff Suzuki.
Thank you for your time. A flag is not going to make someone safe, but I ran treatment facilities, homes for youth, and it used to be in the DSM, gender identity disorder, and we're teaching confusion. And I have no problem with, I had every walk of life at my rehab. I treated them all the same. I loved them all the same. And what you do in your bedroom is really none of my business. But I think if you are going to just pick one group, what if I want to have a Nazi flag for the skinheads? Or what if I want to have a Christian flag? I mean, you're kind of like, I think it is not inclusive to just have one ideology. It's an ideology. A lot of the children that were sexually abused were put in my programs. And they have a very high suicide rate. A lot of them, your prefrontal cortex isn't fully developed until you're 25. A lot of them didn't know what gender they were. They didn't even know going through puberty. And so, I mean, I don't hate anybody. I don't want to spend my mental real estate with that. But I do have concerns that it is showing favoritism to a specific people group. And I think that, like, sticking with the American flag and the California flag and the town flag is practical, and that's inclusive to everybody. We have veterans that go to war and die for our country. They get one day. Why do we have a Pride Month, a whole month? That isn't really fair. I think that's not fair. You know, my nephew, when he was in grade school, they asked him, "What gender are you?" And it made him become very reclusive, and that's really nobody's business. Why don't you look at the child's file? You know, it says what his name is. Instead of asking, that is almost like a perverted question. That is not necessary. That's confusing. You should just love children the way they are. Okay, if they want to be gay, okay, that's their prerogative. But we should not be promoting an ideology and then favoritism to one flag over another flag. Would have say, I want to be a skinhead and I want a Nazi flag. I mean, that's how far this can go. So anyway, that's my perspective on it. And you know, I don't hate anybody. I think that everybody has a right to coexist, but we have a right to our beliefs and to be respected. And we're not hating anybody. I've never harmed anybody. I help people. I help them get off of drugs. I help them find what they want to do, set goals, and have a good life. It's not about like hating someone because of what your gender identity is. You know, I have compassion and love for them. And it's not like, you know, I'm trying to make any kind of specific statement. I think we just need to be fair and practical. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff Suzuki. Please do not clap.
Good evening, council members. To start off, I am not speaking as a Complete Streets and Transportation Commissioner, but as a town resident and the president of the Los Gatos Anti-Racism Coalition. Before I start, I just wanted to say it's been almost 10 years since I graduated from Los Gatos High School, and it is difficult to capture in words how much I appreciate the high school students who showed up today. You're the best. One of my favorite authors and essayists is James Baldwin, who once wrote, "Not everything that is faced can be changed, but nothing can change until it is faced." This is a historic decision before us today. Will we once and for all join the ranks of the towns and cities who visibly stand by their LGBTQ+ communities to recognize their ongoing struggle for equality and justice for all? Or will we consider the humanity and safety, the very existence of that community, too political and too divisive to acknowledge? This decision rests with you, and we will remember how you vote tonight. All of us have encountered or experienced, either first or secondhand, homophobia or transphobia. All but one of you are old enough to remember when Harvey Milk was murdered. We don't have to even think back that far to remember a major incident that happened in our own town when one of our former mayors supported the design for a rainbow crosswalk, and her family was harassed to the point where the state had to pass laws to prevent anything like that from happening ever again. Countless people have come and gone on this earth who couldn't be who they were and loved the people they truly loved. If raising the pride flag plays a part in ensuring the members of our community that it is socially acceptable to be who they are, then that is what we ought to do. For the LGBTQ plus community, for those who have family members, friends, and loved ones in that community, I urge that the town council approve raising the pride flag in June of next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next commenter is Gus Hu will be followed by Catherine Schmidt.
I said I wasn't going to speak anymore, but this was kind of important. And as you know, I think this is Cat and Hat Town, and I was out shopping, and I saw Cat and Hat comes back. June, as you know, I've been promoting the World Cup. June is, and we had Brazil's national team in 1994, and because the World Cup's here, everybody here, they're to be flying flags of different countries. If you're to fly a flag, it's to be the World Cup flag. That's just, if you look ahead, if you have vision, you know that it's to be, especially here in Los Gatos when we did host, and we had a whole parade. You know, the town's gonna close the streets. You guys weren't ready for it. I'm telling you, you're not to be ready for it this time. You're never ready. To you Christians, I'm a prophetic dreamer, so I do get some insight on what's coming up. But this is obvious that it's in June. World Cup's here. 1 billion people are to be looking at the World Cup and all the flags that are flying. If you're to have flags, make it any kind of flag, not just it's one of those things. Another thing is what you're doing. Since I've studied some of this, I took I was a PE major, but I did take a sociology as a minor, and we did study on some of this. But and I've also gone to different churches and synagogues and mosques and stuff like that, and they're all having the same arguments, and it is splitting this gay and stuff like that. You're to get truth, but it's not in here. It has to be privately, and it's supposed to be taught. Hey, this is how the world works, and I don't want to put my personal. I'd rather do this, pull people aside and say this is how you should do it, or it should be taught. It doesn't mean that you force people into doing it or raising a flag and equal. I don't even think the American flag should be equal right now, because I think brown lives matter more than what's going on. And people, I think if you raise a flag right now, do brown lives matter, because it's indiscriminate and you're just pulling people off the streets. So it's one of those things. But I have flowers. I'm not even allowed to put them up here or something like that. So I'm going to put them out for the public when they leave. I'll be handing them out for Project 2026. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Catherine Schmidt, followed by Wyndham Sr.
Thank you, all of you, for your service. This is a hard job. My concern stems from the town agenda report, and I understand you didn't have a lot of time to put it together. I did glance at it before I came here tonight, and I was curious as to what our fellow communities adjacent to us are doing. I did glance at the Supreme Court case that you did mention. Oddly enough, the case did quote San Jose city policy. So it raised a question as to what are our neighbors doing? I'd love to see more research. I'd love to see a more in-depth study into what's going on. Clearly, people are passionate about this. I encourage all of you to do what you can to combat the vocabulary around the national politics is harsh and hateful. As public servants, you have a chance to put a different vibe, if you will, out there. Inclusivity, support, welcoming, love, joy, whatever. I encourage you to do what you need to do to bring positivity to our discourse. Thank you.
Thank you. And it looks like I missed your first name, Ken. Ken Wyndham.
Thank you, and congratulations on your election, Mr. Moore. I've been giving a lot of thought to this while I watched everybody speak, and it's very clear to all of us that the First Amendment allows all of us to own a piece of property if you can afford to buy one, and you own a car, which most of us all do. And your car is allowed to fly the 49ers flag or the Baltimore Colts flag or whatever flag you want to choose to fly. You're more than welcome. And you can also put bumper stickers on your car, which many people do. You can also do the same thing on your own personal property. But when you move to a city situation or a government situation, you insist that we have to have a particular group's flag flying. Now you've opened it up, as the attorney well knows, now you've opened it up to where the Nazi flag has to be considered. The Save the Dolphins flag, the Save the Turtles flag, the Save the Everything flag has to have equal time. So you're opening the door into complete chaos when you allow the First Amendment to fly in every city, every community, you would literally have to have 365 flags flying on every one of the 365 days of the year. If that's what you want to do, you can. But if you don't, the attorney's going to get a laundry list of lawsuits that are going to be addressed in court. And nobody at this room wants that to happen. We obviously don't. So we need to use the common sense and stay with the current policy of the city, which allows the respect of our government flags, and all the other opinion flags can go on anybody's property, or anybody's car can have any or all the flags that they want to have. But it doesn't need to be on the government. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Erica Weinstein, followed by Riley.
Hi. Good evening, council members. My name is Erica Weinstein. I've lived in Los Gatos all my life. I went to public school within Los Gatos during this time. And now that I'm 21, it's been over 2 years since I graduated, but I still deeply care about making this town a better place. I'm here today to speak in support of raising a pride flag during the Pride Month of June 2026. Growing up queer in Los Gatos was not easy. Not only has our town experienced multiple accounts of egregious public displays of homophobia while I was in school here, casual homophobia was a common experience for me growing up. I was one of the first openly queer people in my 8th grade class, being in a public relationship with a girl at the time, and I still remember the way that my peers made me feel when the rumors about my relationship spread throughout the school. There were occurrences of strange questions in the PE locker room and offensive comments made to me and my girlfriend. I also had many male friends at the time who were bullied for being feminine, called slurs incessantly throughout the school day and at home. When I found a group of while I found a group of friends who understood me, I never felt like I was truly accepted by my community. Throughout high school, this behavior lessened, but it never fully went away. Even by senior year of high school, I still faced this bigoted language. On the day of my senior prom, I attended with my date, who was a transgender woman. Upon arriving, I heard multiple transphobic comments from my peers, another reminder of the bigoted behavior that I've experienced throughout this environment. Transphobia within Los Gatos High School was not uncommon. I speak of my experiences today not to look for sympathy, but to help you understand what the environment of Los Gatos is like for queer youth. I spent so much of my time waiting for when I would get to leave this town, but raising a pride flag in Los Gatos would be a simple act of allyship for the LGBTQ+ community, one that would help to make queer youth feel accepted here. I know that if a pride flag was raised in Los Gatos when I was 14, navigating this bigoted behavior from my peers, it would mean the world to me. We need to continue to make Los Gatos a place where all kids can feel like they have a home here, not one they want to escape. Please raise a pride flag to support all students in June. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Riley, followed by Lee Quintana.
All right. Good evening, Mayor Moore and Town Council. I'm here in support of raising a pride flag next year in 2026. I particularly like option 2 on our of the options, you know. And as I'm listening to a lot of the comments being made here today, I'm noticing a lot of the opposition to this is kind of rooted in fear and ignorance, and definitely a lot of fear of what might happen if you raise the flag. So I'm here with my own kind of personal experiences, having raised 2 very large pride flags in Los Gatos. Some of you I recognize, you might recognize me. I work at Ethos, which is on Santa Cruz Avenue, and in our windows are 2 very large pride flags. And I mainly just want to share my experience and all the feedback I've received from that. And overwhelmingly, it is positive. There is a lot of people who give me calls and voicemails saying, thank you for, putting that in the window. I see this flag as I'm walking by and I feel welcomed and I feel protected and I feel there's a place where I belong. And there's people who come and shop and they come in just because they saw the flag and said, I just wanted to say thank you for doing this. I know that Los Gatos has a history of, not being as accepting as other communities historically, and I hope this changes in the future. But yeah, I know there really has been tremendous support for what we do as a company, and all the initiatives we support. And, I'd hope that sounds enticing to the council as well. I'm sure you want to have a community where people feel welcomed and included and safe, and that's what raising a pride flag would do. Now, of course, there has been a couple dissenters. There has been people who don't agree with what we do. I remember there was this one time where a gentleman came in and saw the flags and started getting very upset. He disagreed with it religiously, and before I could even react, the entire store was in a semicircle around this guy saying, what are you doing? This is not the place for that. We don't agree with you, get out. And of course, I'm trying to rush over, I'm the manager, so I'm like, hey, watch out, please, let's not do this in the shop. But I think that really speaks to what the town feels, There's a lot of people in this town who really want to see this, go forward with raising the pride flag. And unfortunately, a lot of the voices against it are going to be a lot louder because for many of us, it's pretty shocking to hear, the fear and ignorance I was mentioning earlier. So I really do think the step in the right direction is raising that pride flag, because I can attest it's been a fantastic experience at Ethos. And I do believe it would be the exact same for all of us here. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Lee, followed by Debbie. And after Debbie, there's 2 more speakers. If you intend to speak in person, please bring your card up. And after that, we'll move over to Zoom.
Good evening, Lee Quintana. I wasn't prepared to speak tonight, but it seems to me that there were pretty high emotions raised and some pretty unwelcoming speech. I moved to Los Gatos because it was a very welcoming community. I mean, I walked into this community with my hippie husband and long-haired 2-year-old and was immediately invited into several houses to convince me that, yes, I could afford to live in this town, even though we were just beginning our life. And at that time, yes, we could afford to live in this town. Today, even if somebody were to do the same thing, if I were to walk in as a new prospective resident, they could say I'm very welcome, but I couldn't afford to live here. I feel very strongly about being tolerant of all people, and I support the fact of the pride flag. However, I will disagree with some people who have spoken. I think it needs to be done within the context of the town's flag policy, and to do that, I think you need to do some additional exploration of how a flag policy could be modified to allow this, but not specifically to allow this, taking into consideration all the pros and cons and how you framework expanding the flag policy. But I think it's more than just for gay pride, although I think that's really important.
Thank you. Debbie Wilson.
Thank you. I've been listening to a lot of the comments and about violence against the LGBT community, which I agree is true, but I would also like to say that Christians are one of the most persecuted groups. We've been debanked, deplatformed, our churches are burned, and recently all of the school shootings and that camp shooting in Texas, they were all Christian children, and the shooters were actually transgender. I worship the God of heaven, who is love. He loves all people. He gives all people free will, and it's not our place to judge one another. And I propose that if you want to raise the gay pride flag, that you also choose a month to raise the Appeal to Heaven flag. It's a flag that George Washington took into battle after he prayed to the God of heaven to give him the victory over the enemy. And we won a war we never should have won because God was on our side. So if you want love and life and light in your community, draw people to the God of heaven, the God of all creation, the God who created us, loves us, and has a purpose and wants a personal relationship with each one of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Chris Wiley. And after Chris, we'll have one more commenter, Gordon Yamate, and then we will close public comment.
Good evening. I didn't plan to speak. I'm just disappointed that we're just aiming this poll to just one group, and that other groups haven't been mentioned. Just recently, we witnessed in Australia a terrible killing. We witnessed it 2 years ago in October, and it's still going on. Our own places of worship within that religion have been threatened. We've even had situations where they thought there were bombs in their place. I think we need to talk about other flags if we're going to raise flags, and that is the Israeli flag. And then maybe for autism, we have an autism flag. And then maybe for November, a veterans flag. The veterans site outside was fought for over 8 years before they got permission to put that out there. And they can't raise a flag? I got it that you want a gay pride, but it should also be fighting, if we're going to allow these different statements, to have one for other groups. This is important. We already took our police emblems and changed them pink to promote awareness of Breast Cancer Month, but we can't raise a flag? Or can we raise a flag? I think Your discussion tonight was to discuss whether or not that pole could be used for other things, not just one thing, but other things. And it hasn't been mentioned that it's other things as well. And I'm very serious about this because I was here 12 years ago trying to get this veterans situation outside, and we were denied access by the Arts Council. Oh no, you can't have the center by the fountain. It's never changed. That fountain's never changed to anything else either, because the Arts Commission had all these plans. And the flagpole, right now your discussion mainly is to determine whether that flagpole can be used for anything else, not just the pride. But let's talk about other issues where people have also lost their lives and continue and also feel threatened walking around. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Gordon Yamate will be our last in-person speaker, and then we will move over to Zoom comments.
Mayor Moore, members of the Town Council, I'm speaking here in my own personal capacity and not on behalf of the DEI Commission, which I chair. I am adding my support for a Town Council approved policy to raise a pride flag in June 2026. At a time when the LGBTQ community is under attack by our federal government, including erasure of their achievements and contributions, and the hateful and bigoted rhetoric that has plagued our local community, it is time that we stand together and demonstrate our commitment and allyship to our LGBTQ residents. The Town Council has previously rejected bigotry, specifically calling out homophobia and discrimination based on gender identity and sexual orientation. The town has previously stated its zero tolerance for hate crimes, harassment, and assaults against gender identity and sexual orientation, and has pledged to work proactively to ensure the rights and privileges of all Los Gatos, regardless of gender and sexual orientation. Raising a pride flag may seem like a small gesture, but it sends a message to our LGBTQ residents that they are seen, that they are welcomed and respected in this town, and that they are an important and valued part of our community. Small gestures can actually have an impact. I just remember when I was visiting Asheville, North Carolina several years ago, I was setting out for a run in a neighborhood that on a map looked like a map of scattered blueberries among clusters of strawberries. I just wasn't sure what to expect, but when I saw homes with signs, and I think you have seen these before, you know, in this house we believe Black Lives Matter, women's rights equals human rights, no human is illegal, science is real, etc. I took some comfort that this would be a safe neighborhood. I'm hopeful that we can achieve the same with raising the pride flag in this town. Mayor Moore, thank you for your leadership in raising this issue for the town.
Thank you. So that concludes our in-person comments. We'll now go to Zoom. It looks like we have about 10 speakers on Zoom. We will first go to Melissa Weiss.
Hi, thank you. I just want to say what a mic drop from our youth in this community. I really hope that it's not the loudest voices that make a decision around this, but are looking at our future. They said so many things that were so eloquent that what I have to say is just not even as powerful. I think the big standouts are that there's Stanford research around this is not a choice. We're talking about people who have been marginalized, and we have students. I'm an educator, and we have students who come through, and this would be such a powerful statement to know that they belong and they are loved. Because unfortunately, some of the hateful words I heard, I am grateful that I don't have some of my students in that room to hear that, because it would just be so hurtful. We have so many people in this community that recognize that all are welcome, and we got a whole education on what all those different colors mean. And it's not political and it's not a religious thing. I would also just want to give a big shout out to our students Nova, and seeing how they all came up and had the bravery to stand in front of folks that are hateful. And these are our future. These folks here are the ones that are going to be in these roles, not us. So I just really support this, and I hope that you guys can make that decision. It saddens me that this is probably the third time it's been brought up. So I'm hopeful that the right choice will be made here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Amanda.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
My name is Amanda Flowers. I am an employee of Los Gatos, but right now I'm speaking as a community member. I am very excited that this agenda item got brought up. I'm so proud of the kids who stood up and started talking about their experiences. I want to shout out that they are studying for finals right now. They're day 2 of studying for finals. Some kids just learned that they got accepted to schools, that they didn't get accepted to schools. And they took the time to come stand in front of a room full of adults to ask that you make a very simple movement, a choice, to raise flags that represent the kids in our community specifically. They asked for the pride flag, the progressive pride flag, which stands for a bunch of different children's experiences, lives. And I just think it's beautiful that children are coming to adults and asking for help when they feel like they are not being seen and not being heard in a world where our children face gun violence at schools, face bullying, face a lot of hard choices that we as an adults never had to face before. We hear stories about what our kids navigate, and we are supposed to stand up for them, and we're supposed to ensure that they're protected. And if they say, I would feel protected with a rainbow flag, I would hope that our town council hears that and moves forward with ensuring that they can see maybe a rainbow flag, but maybe a flag that represents their hometown, their home community, their culture. So I would love to see option 2 of creating a pride or a commemorative flag policy go forward with our town commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to iPhone.
Hi, congratulations on becoming mayor. I saw you the other day and didn't realize you'd become mayor. My name is Martha, and I am a constituent here in Los Gatos. I want to say that I'm also impressed with the youth that showed up for their futures, obviously, and saying what their needs were and asking, and rightfully so, asking to be heard. I also would like to say that we support option 2 to create a commemorative flag policy, and give a voice and tell the kids, we heard you, you are our future. We have had our chance, and we've done what we've done, and now it's their turn, and they ought to be heard. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll go to Ken Yeager.
Hello, Mr. Mayor.
We can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you. I speak to you this evening as a former San Jose City Council member who, after I was elected in 2000, wondered if the city had ever flown the rainbow flag at City Hall, and I learned that it never had. Moreover, I learned that none of the other 14 cities in the county had ever flown the flag either, and I knew it was time to make history by being the first. Many conversations took place with the mayor, the council members, and the city manager. While many had questions about raising the rainbow flag, there was universal support. And so on June 26, 2001, along with Mayor Gonzalez, I raised the rainbow flag. And it was one of my proudest moments because I knew it sent a message to our residents and staff that we were a welcoming city for everyone, including those who identify as LGBTQ+. Now, every June, the San Jose City Plaza is crowded with people and elected officials in celebration of raising the flag. No controversies, no protests, no problem. The City Council of Santa Clara has been raising the rainbow flag for the last 10 years, and I'm proud to have been invited every year to speak. No controversy, no problems. 10 of the other cities have now raised the rainbow flag at their city halls, and I've attended most of those first because I knew of its historic significance. Next June will be 25 years since the rainbow flag was raised in San Jose. 25 years, a quarter of a century. I urge you to be on the right side of history and join all the other cities who recognize the significance, the value, and the importance to the entire community of raising the rainbow flag. Now is the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kylie.
Hello, my name is Kylie. I've been a resident of Los Gatos for more than 5 years, and I'm here to support amending the flag policy and raising the pride flag. Every comment that you heard tonight spoke to the importance of raising the pride flag. Supporters told you why it would make them feel safe in our town and what it would mean to our youth. Opponents demonstrated the exact reason why the town council must identify and display our values. Otherwise, the loudest, most homophobic voices continue to dominate. That is not who we are, and I hope that you agree. The argument that this will somehow snowball into requests for hundreds of flag raisings is unfounded. What if there's a request for this flag or people want to raise that flag? First, you don't have any other organized requests to raise another flag, and you haven't had that happen. Second, as you've heard, 11 out of 15 cities in our county fly the pride flag without these problems. You, the council, wouldn't be singling out one community. You would be responding to the demands of your residents and meeting your neighboring cities where they're at. I want to feel proud to live in Los Gatos, and sometimes that's very hard. It's hard on nights like this when I hear homophobia and misinformation spewed by commenters, many of whom I don't even think are residents. And it's hard to be proud to live in Los Gatos when Los Gatos isn't proud of our LGBTQ+ community. Flying the pride flag isn't political, and it doesn't further divide our town. It's not a statement about policies or politicians. It's a statement about who belongs here, and it will be heard by middle schoolers, high schoolers, parents, teachers, adults, and families. There are high schoolers here tonight who, for good reason, were scared to speak out. If you listen to anyone, please, please let it be our youth. They are our future, and you have the opportunity to foster a community where they feel seen, protected, and cared for. And I know that it might feel like this is dividing us because of the comments you've heard tonight, both in support and opposition. These are not a reflection of division created by raising a pride flag, but rather they reflect the division to which you would be responding. What we are saying is that this isn't something that you take sides on. There aren't sides on someone's right to exist and to belong. Los Gatos' silence as our surrounding cities raise the pride flag speaks volumes. Step up and take this simple step toward making our town safe and welcoming for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move to Sue Amadian. Please do not interrupt, interject, or otherwise disrupt the meeting. Please do not interject, disrupt, or otherwise disrupt the meeting, or you will be asked to leave. Please.
Yes, go ahead.
Please do not interrupt the speakers. Is the next speaker ready?
Yes.
I'm ready, yes.
Thank you. Go ahead,
thank
Sue.
You. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Town Council. We stand under our great flag, the American flag. I am proud of this flag. I acknowledge the triumphs and tragedy of being an American. We still continue to strive to achieve the high ideals of our American flag. I've heard this evening a lot of talk about holding the pride flag, will disrupt unity and it would be unfair and unequal. But really, in American history, not all Americans have ever been treated equally and fairly. I favor flying the pride flag for the same reason, to try to attain the high ideals of the American flag, which is safety and inclusion for all members, especially our youth. Thank you.
Thank you. We will move to Ziwa.
Good evening to the mayor and the town council. There's been a lot of discussion about fairness. As a veteran and a teacher, I can share that in both my capacities, I often talk about what is right versus what is fair. There will always be a group or person that is left out or not represented, and that is not intended or desired. But to effect positive change, we have to take what may be seen by some as risks and support what our young people are asking for, which so many people have commented on tonight, and which so many young people have been so brave to share in person tonight. The young people are our future, and investing in them benefits us all. I also want to point out this is 1 month out of 12 that we're talking about raising this flag. It isn't something that will remove all the prejudice and bigotry, but is a small step in the right direction and sends a message to the community that all are welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move to Allie Payne.
Hi there. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you so much. Huge shout out to all of those amazing kiddos who spoke tonight. Wow, as an educator, I am in awe. I was born and raised in Los Gatos and have proudly served as a teacher in the district for the past 27 years. I am here tonight in strong support of directing staff to raise the pride flag in June 2026. I want to speak not only as a lifelong resident, but as an educator who works every single day with children who are learning who they are and whether the world around them is a place where they belong. The research is very clear, as we've heard tonight. LGBTQ+ youth face significantly higher risks of depression and suicide, especially before the age of 18. National studies show that over 40% of LGBTQ+ youth have seriously considered suicide. And for transgender and non-binary youth, that number is even higher. But here is the part that matters most. Affirming environments save lives. When people see visible signs of acceptance, supportive adults, inclusive policies, and yes, symbols like a pride flag, their risk of suicide drops dramatically. A flag may seem small, but to a child who is questioning, struggling, or scared, it can mean everything. It sends a message that says, you are seen, you are valued, you are safe here. 11 out of the 15 cities and counties in Santa Clara County already raise the pride flag each June. It's time for Los Gatos to stand with them. Los Gatos has faced very real challenges with homophobia in recent years, including incidents of hateful harassment that required our community and local leaders to respond publicly and reaffirm our commitment to safety and inclusion. That history makes this moment and this decision especially important. Raising the pride flag is not political, it's human. It is a symbol and a promise that Los Gatos is committed to safety, dignity, and allyship for our LGBTQ+ residents, especially our youth. As a teacher, I want every child who grows up here to know that Los Gatos is a place where they are loved exactly as they are. Raising the pride flag tells them clearly, publicly, and proudly just that. I urge you to move forward. Our kids are watching, and this matters. Thank you for your time and for listening.
Thank you. And we have 3 more commenters on Zoom. We'll go to Kinsey Lee.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kinsey Lee, and tonight I speak both as a long-term resident of Los Gatos and a member of the Los Gatos Anti-Racism Coalition. Tonight, I speak in support of raising the Progress Pride flag in Los Gatos this coming year. To be honest, I struggled today to think of a compelling argument for why. The reasons seemed self-evident to me. The brief sense of relief I feel when I see a rainbow pin or pride-inspired window dressing. Those are signs of safety, something my own self-expression has never afforded me. And it felt like the reassurances those cosmetic choices bring me should be obvious in a political landscape that threatens to erase my existence, in a town that historically has had its own challenges with discrimination, evinced by incidents like the one that sparked the United Against Hate initiative in 2021. It seemed, too, to me that it'd cost next to nothing. Raising a flag doesn't seem like it would pose a significant monetary problem. Philosophically, my best guess would be that it could be seen as an act, quote, beyond service to the town. But if I, a community member of this town, would feel comforted and would feel served, what does that mean? Similarly, who would our town materially alienate and fail to serve in highlighting acceptance? I find it hard to believe that acknowledging the truth of my existence in town would mean ruining the innocence of children and disenfranchising other minorities in one fell swoop, even if evidently my truth proves inconvenient to some. Context matters, and when over 2/3 of the cities in our county raise a pride flag every year, our continued silence as a self-purported welcoming town would speak volumes. I suppose my real question is, why not join our county compatriots and raise the pride flag come June 2026? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Sarah.
Good evening, Mayor Moore and council members. My name is Sarah Fernando. I am with the County of Santa Clara Office of LGBTQ Affairs, and I am here to speak today on modifying the Town of Los Gatos' flag policy for town-owned flagpoles, including the potential future display of the Pride flag during LGBTQ+ Pride Month in June 2026. Santa Clara County and the town of Los Gatos is home to a dynamic and growing LGBTQ+ community whose efforts and commitment help foster inclusive spaces where individuals and their families experience joy, create opportunity, and thrive while caring for and supporting one another. Today, the LGBTQ+ community continues to face discrimination, bias, threats, including attacks on their fundamental rights around the globe, across the country, and sadly, still here in California and in the South Bay. These include attacks on the ability to marry who you love, the ability to participate in sport, the ability to access health care, the ability to serve in the military, the ability to teach LGBTQ+ history, the ability to travel freely without discrimination or harassment. The LGBTQ+ community of Santa Clara County encompasses a rich diversity of identities, experiences, and cultures, and among with the allies and advocates stand together in solidarity to celebrate and recognize Pride Month annually during the month of June. In 2025, the Office of LGBTQ Affairs joined in Pride celebrations with cities such as Gilroy, Morgan Hill, Cupertino, Sunnyvale, Santa Clara, San Jose, Palo Alto, and Mountain View, honoring LGBTQ+ leaders who are with us, who came before us, and celebrating those who will continue to carry our legacy of joy and community care, including the high school students and young adults speaking in support today. Pride Month is simply not as just a celebration, but a recognition of community that has long endured exclusion and continues to show up in resilience and care for one another. Allowing the Pride flag to be raised on town-owned flagpoles does not diminish any symbol, any other symbol, or any other group of people. It expands who is seen and who is valued. That visibility matters, especially to LGBTQ plus youth and families, because it signals safety, dignity, and belonging. Modifying this ordinance is an opportunity for Los Gatos to align its policy with its values to stand alongside neighboring cities and affirming that everybody
you.
in this town deserves to be welcome and respected. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll go to our last commenter, Emily Thomas.
Hello. My name is Emily Thomas, and I'm a resident of town. I currently serve on the Historic Preservation Committee and the Planning Commission, but tonight I'm speaking as a resident, not in my capacity as a commissioner. And tonight I'm asking that the town council support option 2, commemorative flag policy, with council authorization and discretion to return with a pride flag resolution. As a high school teacher, I work with young people every day, including LGBTQI students who are navigating homophobia and transphobia at school, at home, and sometimes in the world around them, and sadly in our community. Data show that LGBTQI youth are more likely to engage in self-harm and contemplate suicide than their straight and cisgender peers. And research also shows that LGBTQ plus young people who live in supportive and affirming communities have significantly lower rates of suicide attempts. I see firsthand how much harm silence and invisibility can cause, and how powerful it is when adults and institutions clearly say you belong. I also want to address some concerns that raising the pride flag creates a slippery slope. This fear really misunderstands both the purpose of the pride flag and how municipal decision-making works. The pride flag is a symbol of inclusion and human dignity, and some of the flags that people have mentioned tonight or referenced they fear being raised are hate symbols that represent violence and exclusion. So these are not equivalent, and importantly, with adopting this specific option number 2, it really addresses these concerns. Such a policy allows the town council to authorize commemorative flags by resolution on a case-by-case basis. This is exactly how cities routinely choose which flags to fly, making deliberate and values-based decisions that align with their community standards and expectations. It doesn't obligate the town to fly every flag that is requested, nor does it remove council discretion. In fact, it actually strengthens it. So I respectfully urge the council not to make this decision based on fear of what might happen, but on the real impact this choice will actually have on real people, especially young people and youth in our community. And so I just want to also thank you all for all you do and look forward to your discussion.
Thank you. That concludes public comment on item 15. I wanted to ask my council colleagues if they'd like to take a quick break before we... Okay, so we'll take a quick break. It's 9:13. We'll return at 9:20 for our discussion on this item. Back. So we've closed the public portion of this discussion and we'll now move to the town council's discussion. I'll start by seeing if there's any council members that have questions of staff on this policy, or otherwise council members can share their comments. Yeah, please, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I just wanted to check with staff. I mean, it's in the staff report, but for our town attorney, there was some people brought up a concept of a slippery slope, or if you put one flag up, you have to put another. Could you please walk through this option that we're talking about, where we talk about government speech, for, you know, how that is covered and what that does or doesn't do for us, please?
Yes, there is and this is based on research that was done. It's limited research that was done to support this agenda item, and if the town council wants to offer direction, I would do further, more comprehensive research. But based on the research I've done to date, there's a carve out for government speech, which is speech that is sponsored by the government, and that does not have to be viewpoint neutral. The viewpoint neutrality comes in when the town opens up a public forum, and when the town opens a public forum, all viewpoints must be considered. However, when it's a government-owned flagpole and the government is deciding what flags to mount on the flagpole, the government has not opened up a public forum unless it has offered up the flagpole to any comers who would like to request placement of the flag. Does that answer your question?
I think so. That was how I understood it. And so in terms of the options in front of us, this is similar to what other municipalities have done, where it is purely under the jurisdiction of the town council what flags would be raised. Is that correct?
Yes, and it's based on, I mean, the grandfather case of government speech is a case that some people may have heard of. It's Pleasant Grove versus Samum, and the government had put the 10 Commandments in a government building, and people objected to it on First Amendment grounds, and the court held the government elected to put it there. It's government speech, so it was not subject to these First Amendment protections.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Hudis?
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to drill down on that a little bit. I understand that 11 of 15 Santa Clara County cities have done this, and I realize that staff hasn't done a lot of research, but certainly has prepared a good report. My question is, what route have these cities taken to get to flying this flag? Is it the option 1 plus option 2 that's outlined in the staff report, or is it simply we're going to vote to raise the flag without changing policy or other things that are outlined in option 1 and option 2?
It varies. The council can, and it's not an explicit option, act by a vote of the council to direct staff to take that action. Others have resolutions alone, and others have it codified in their policies.
Do we have any sense about the 11 and whether most of them have just voted to raise the flag, or have most of them voted to modify their establish a written flag display policy and then allow for different flags to be flown?
Well, in accordance to the council's policy, this was not, staff report wasn't before you because of a vote of 3 council members. So it was supposed to be a very limited report. What you see before you is a little bit more effort than what we would normally put with a just a council request. So we did not have the opportunity to grab all the policies from the neighboring cities and to receive them. What we did is use the town clerk's listserv, which is a group of clerks across the state, to solicit their policies, which give us a very broad view very quickly across those policies. And we received about 10 responses. And I should ask, if the council desires us to do additional work, we'd be more than happy to. We just need a vote of the 3 council members to direct that.
Other questions of staff? Yes, please.
This is for the town attorney. At least one speaker raised the possibility that the town would be open to lawsuits if we adopted a policy, and I don't think they were specific about which options, but is your opinion that the town would be open to lawsuits if we adopted really any of these options 1 through 5?
Well, as the council knows, anybody can sue for anything. And so the question would be, would there be town liability? And based on the research I've done to date, if the town were to couch this as government speech, meaning that it's the government that's electing to post the flag, that the town would prevail in any First Amendment litigation. If the town were to open up the flagpole as a public forum and invite various representatives to apply to fly the flag, the town would need to have very specific parameters setting forth the criteria for being able, for private groups being able to fly the flag on the town property.
Go ahead.
If I could just follow up. So I don't think we have a draft resolution in front of us tonight, correct? So we don't have something that specifies government speech at this point. Is that correct?
That's correct. All that's before the council tonight is the options and the request for further direction.
Thank you.
And so just to continue on that same line of questions, it looks to me like either option 1 or option 2 would very much direct staff to come back with that government speech type policy, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then are you aware of any, and I know limited research, but I think we would know if this was something that had happened. Are we aware of any of the 11 cities in the county being sued over anything like this?
I personally am not. This issue did come up in the Boston case that was referenced in the staff report.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Any other questions? Okay. I'll open it up for discussion. Please.
I haven't organized my thoughts very well, but I was listening to a lot of the commenters, and I appreciate the large turnout. I think the fact that we have strong opinions does not mean that bringing this policy up is creating division. I think there is some. As we know from 2020, there is a lot of division, and there is a small number of people that created a lot of hatred in this community at one point, and it was the United Against Hate March that really rallied behind our former mayor and people who were feeling fairly persecuted in this town to realize that when thousands of people showed up in support, I could visibly see what that meant to them. And when I listened to the speakers talking about what the pride flag could mean, the flag in and of itself is not going to change behavior. If somebody feels uncomfortable coming to our town and holding hands with their boyfriend or girlfriend or spouse at the farmer's market, a flag is not going to change somebody behaving poorly or in a bigoted way. However, if someone comes to our community and sees a pride flag, they will understand what our community and what our government stands for. And we have a 2017 resolution that reaffirmed the town's commitment to a diverse, supportive, inclusive community and committed to protecting the human rights of all residents, workers, and visitors. And I think about the type of message we want to send to people that come to Los Gatos and how we want to be welcoming on all levels. I appreciated the comment about what it meant to have the flag flown at Mid-Penn areas. And it wasn't just to welcome hikers or outdoor users, what it meant for attracting people who want to work there. Separately, several years ago, I remember noticing that the Terraces of Los Gatos, a senior retirement community, was flying the pride flag in June. And I was frustrated because it kind of crashed and burned at Los Gatos Council early on the same year. And I was like, how can you fly the pride flag? And they're like, it wasn't even contentious. Our residents supported it, not only as support for the residents, but support for the workers who were there, letting them know that they were accepted and seen. And so for me, this is a very important way to show our values of inclusivity. And I feel sad if somebody views the idea of acceptance as a threat, or the concept of love or inclusivity as a zero-sum game, that if we show support for a community that's been under attack and that is, for every step forward, is being pushed backward sometimes, I don't understand how that can threaten someone. I think inclusivity can grow, love can grow. And finally, I'll say that, just on a personal level, to hear somebody say, well, when someone chooses that, I have a number of gay friends, and I'm 63. And when I think about friends that were growing up with me that I had no idea were gay, and in their 20s or 30s, in some cases, continued to try dating someone of the opposite sex, they didn't choose it. They were raised in a standard normal family, heterosexual parents, heterosexual siblings, and eventually they realized they just didn't fit in and they didn't understand why. And I think when there's that level of repression or that level of threat or that level of unacceptance, it can create unhappiness. And it also makes me sad when I hear people conflate pedophilia with homosexuality. Those are two different things. And I don't view putting a flag up as grooming people or sending a message. It's just saying that we see you, we recognize you, and if you come to Los Gatos, you can be the person that you are, and we can accept each other. Similar to the way that I go every year to the Thanksgiving Interfaith celebration of faiths, and I'm with friends who are all religions, and it's a level of acceptance and respect. I view this the same way. That's what I'm thinking right now.
Thank you. Councilmember Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor. So I didn't prepare my thoughts very well either, sort of on purpose to listen to what everybody had to say, and now they're kind of a scramble in my brain. I don't think I can put them together quite as well as Councilman Maristo just did. I want to thank everybody for coming out and speaking, right? There's a lot of passion on both sides of the issue for different people, and I appreciate that. For me, this is not a no-brainer. It's a difficult subject, and the first thing I want to mention is the young, passionate young man who's left already spoke. He had several good points, but one of the points that I took that sort of fit with the way I was thinking about this was he said to be discussing whether we should put the pride flag up or not, he more or less said it's a disservice to gay people. And I think that's a good point. But for me, the first question is whether we should put any flag up. And I'll go back to, it was mentioned in 2021 when Mayor Sack was our mayor. This was a question that came up also, and she's clearly supportive of this issue. She, at the time, it wasn't the council. It was never brought to the council. The flag flying was never brought to the council. The mayor determined, I guess, talking with staff, that it wasn't an appropriate thing to bring forward. But there was a lot of hate at the time, and in order to support the hate, and I voted for it, we said, well, let's put rainbows on the crosswalks. Particularly, there was a lot of, the high schoolers were experiencing a lot of hate. So we voted to put rainbow stripes on the crosswalk to try to, actually put it in the area where people were really saying that they felt, didn't feel welcome. And so this would be a way to make them feel welcome. Since then, we've formed a DEI commission, and we've talked about this diversity, inclusivity, and equity kind of thing. And I keep asking myself, what does that really mean? And it goes to this question of, if you put one first and you do no others is that equity. I think there's some people that think, well, certain groups have been discriminated for so long, we need to put them above everybody else. And maybe that's the solution, but it's not clear in my mind. And I kept thinking about the rainbow stripes. And I said, I realized and that's a case where we put one group forward. Well, what about the other groups? And I think right now Jews are an equal group that's feeling scared and want to feel welcome also. Should we also be flying, I don't know, an Israeli flag or something equivalent? And of course, there's Palestinians that are feeling murdered, so do we fly a Palestinian flag? And I try to think about this without taking my personal positions into what's appropriate to do. I've got multiple family members that are close to me and they're gay. So, clearly I support gay community. But is it right to put this forward? My wife is Ukrainian, grew up in Ukraine, and what's going on in Ukraine is a big deal to our family. There's been many people raped, tortured, murdered by the Russians, and I would say, well, I'd like to fly the Ukrainian flag on our town flagpoles because that's so important to me. But I also know there's a lot of Russians in town that aren't going to feel welcome if we do that. So that's why I have trouble with how did we decide which ones to put forward. I feel like we shouldn't just decide we're going to do the pride flag. If we're going to do that, we need a policy first to help us decide what is fair to the other groups that also should be put forward. So I kind of like the idea of maybe sending this back to the policy committee to help figure out what is a fair way to do this. And I don't know what the right answers are. Maybe it's things like, well, we don't allow anything that's a symbol of hate. Okay, you got to figure out what that means. Maybe we allow flags of groups that have been persecuted. And again, you got to figure out what does that mean. So it's a difficult question that I don't think I can answer tonight without a lot more thought, a lot more input. And as I said, I'm hesitant to rush into just doing the pride flag, which, as I said, it's something that is important to my family, but is it right for us in Los Gatos? Maybe I'll stop there. I may come up with more ideas.
Sure, thank you. Councilmember Hudes.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I start with Los Gatos being a welcoming and inviting community. And who's doing the welcoming and who's doing the inviting? We're just council members that have been elected to represent our residents. And any option that we would take, for me, would be one that reflects what our residents want. As long as it's not illegal, because that's the way I view my job. And so I heard different points of view today, but the predominant viewpoint that I heard was one that being gay is not an ideology. It's not selected in the way that some of the other abhorrent ideologies that were put forward tonight are. And we have members of our community, large numbers, who I'm getting the message would feel more honored and respected if they were recognized. And so, at a high level, I'm thinking that we should find a way to fly this flag next June. At a more detailed level, I want to get the policy right. And I'm looking at the different options that are outlined in the staff report, and I pretty much want to rule out option 4, which is to send it back to the Council Policy Committee, because I don't agree that that's the role of the Policy Committee. That's the role of the Council. Council Policy Committee is meant to deal with council policies, in my opinion, not land use or town policies or things like that. Because what happens if you send it back to 2 people, those 2 people then have 2 bites at the apple, because they vote for it in the policy committee, and then they're probably going to vote for it when it comes to the council. And so I'm not a big fan of option 4. I'm looking at option 3 and option 5, and I'm thinking they really accomplish the same thing. Option 3 says government flags only, and option 5 says no action, which our current policy, I believe, is government flags only. So it really, for me, I consider those one option, so I don't think that I would want to differentiate. I do think that there's a little bit more work to be done. When I asked the question about how have other municipalities accomplished this, I think it's really important that we understand whether other municipalities have created a flag display policy that then brings in the possibility of various flags commemorating various things, or is it a policy simply to fly one flag? And so I'm very interested in that. Not that Los Gatos has to do exactly what everyone else is doing, but since it's been cited that we're the outlier now in not flying the flag, then I'd like to understand how these other cities have accomplished it. So those are some thoughts. I am not close to a motion or anything. I'm still interested in what other folks on the council have to say.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Badami.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm on the same thought process as Council members Rennie and Hudis. The current town flag policy has worked well. It was recently amended in 2020 without controversy. I don't really consider us an outlier. I'm glad Councilmember Rennie brought up the fact that back in, I think it was 20 or 21, with the exception of Mayor Moore, who wasn't yet an elected official, this council approved 2 pride crosswalks leading to Town Hall as a gesture of support. The United States flag code unilaterally represents all residents without division. So for me, I'm supporting neutrality at this point and leaning towards option number 5 with no action.
Thank you. I'll chime in with some of my thoughts. First, I agree generally with what I heard from Vice Mayor Risto and Councilmember Hudis in general. I'll share a few thoughts. I want to begin by thanking the many residents and community members who spoke tonight, especially the young people that spoke this evening. I think that's incredibly brave, incredibly challenging, and I'm always impressed that, I'm here running the meeting and I feel like they're giving more articulate speeches than I could. So incredibly impressed, and they give me a lot of hope. The presence of folks here this evening and the stories we heard are a reminder that this discussion is not abstract, and we heard from a lot of folks who are from the LGBTQ community. This is about the real people who live, work, and raise families in Los Gatos. I am strongly supportive of updating our flag policy to allow for an annual Progress Pride flag raising in June. And so my preference would be for option 2, and I'll share a little bit on why that is, but open to ways to get to a flag raising in June. I don't think that this would open our flags or our government to unlimited expression. The way other cities have done this that I've seen, there are a variety of ways, but I looked at Gilroy's because they go through their process annually. They just did their flag policy, and essentially a community member submits an application, and then the government decides on. A council member has to. I think at least one council member has to say yes, and then they discuss it. Gilroy, I see as a somewhat more conservative community than Los Gatos, and they only, in the last 2 years, have raised one flag and only gotten an application or a request for one flag, the Progress Pride flag. So I think we have the opportunity in Los Gatos to adopt a thoughtful, legally sound policy that preserves the council's discretion while allowing us to recognize and affirm the members of our community who are asking for this. I see the flag as a long-standing tool. Former San Jose City Council member Supervisor Ken Yeager articulately touched on this. It's a tool that allows government bodies to express the values that we already claim to uphold, inclusion, dignity, and belonging. To me, the staff report makes clear that we can do this pretty easily here in Los Gatos. And so I'll just, we can have more of a discussion about that. But beyond the policy mechanics, I'll just share that for me, at a time when LGBTQ plus people, especially young people, are seeing their rights questioned and their identities debated, visible acts of affirmation carry real weight. Flying the Progress Pride flag does not solve every challenge, as we've heard this evening, but it does send a clear message to our LGBTQ residents. You are seen, you belong, and your town stands with you. It's also important to acknowledge, as folks have mentioned this evening, Los Gatos has a complicated history on this issue. There have been moments in our recent past when members of our community were made to feel unsafe, unwelcome, or invisible. And while we cannot change that history, we can choose how we move forward. Over the past year, I've heard directly from residents, local organizations, and even our state assembly member, all urging Los Gatos to raise the pride flag. Assembly member Gail Pellerin wrote to this council in June when we first had this discussion. At a time when LGBTQ rights are under attack across the country, the simple act of flying the flag matters. It tells young people that they are not alone. It tells families that their community stands with them. It tells visitors and neighbors that Los Gatos is a town of compassion and courage. Refusing to raise the pride flag is not a neutral act, end quote. I agree with everything our assembly member said, and so I think that adopting a policy that allows for a Progress Pride flag raising in June 2026 is a modest yet meaningful step to affirm our support of our LGBTQ plus residents. I think this would, again, not that Los Gatos always has to align with our neighbors, but in this important way, it aligns us with our neighboring towns and cities, reflects our community's values, and does so in a way that is legally responsible and thoughtfully designed. So I would support option 2, which to me would direct staff to both work on a policy that would come back to this council and we could evaluate, and it would also bring forward a resolution to do a Progress Pride flag raising in June. Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. First of all, by way of history, in 2021, former Mayor Sayak and I were 2 members on the policy committee, and that's where flag policy came up. And it didn't get much traction because at that point there hadn't been a discussion of whether it would be private speech or government speech, and we kind of fell there, like how would we move forward? So it never made it to the council. I appreciate that while this is not a full, robust report, the work that staff did, because it gives me a lot of comfort that there's a way we can get there without adding all the complications that some speakers suggested could happen. Initially, I was in favor of option 1, thinking we need to get the get a written flag policy first and then talk about how we implement each thing. But I think I know that our staff, while they're working on that, can do both. For me, supporting option 2, which is the commemorative flag policy with council authorization, and in addition, returning with a pride flag resolution, doesn't mean that we're passing that tonight. It means that we're authorizing staff to do work on both of those items, at which point, when it comes back, we can discuss it and determine how to move forward, if we pass one, if we pass both, and how that happens. And so I'm really leaning that way. I feel like staff has gotten a lot of the way there. They know what the questions are that we have, and I could make a motion unless there's further discussion. I know not everybody is there yet, so I'll stop.
Councilmember Hudas.
I sort of have a sense about where this may be headed, but one thing that I mentioned earlier is that I feel very strongly that I was elected to represent our residents, and I worry about getting something wrong, and not necessarily with this flag, but with the next request that comes up. And some of the examples were given are ridiculous. No one is going to come forward wanting to fly a Nazi flag, and they will get no votes. However, there are some that may be closer to the edge. And so just a thought popped into my head about, would it be possible to require, or legal to require, a supermajority so that we're not hinging on a one-vote majority to represent our residents? I'm not advocating for this at this point. I'm just sort of asking the question about whether that would be even legal to do that.
My opinion is that if the policy that were adopted were to require a supermajority, that would be defensible. If the council were acting outside of a policy, the general rule, as everyone knows, is a simple majority. But the council does have the ability to put a stricter requirement in a policy.
Thank you.
Other comments? I'll entertain a motion if you want to try.
Okay, I think there's more work for staff to do. We have a great start here. So I move to authorize the staff to move forward with option 2, which is establishing or creating, for our review, a written flag display policy that designates town flagpoles as government speech, limits routine display to government flags, and allows the town council to authorize commemorative flags by resolution on a case-by-case basis. And also directing staff to please return with a pride flag resolution, which would adopt the commemorative flag structure in option 1 and simultaneously return with resolution authorizing display of the pride or progress pride. I would say the progress pride flag during June 2026. And I guess in that resolution, I would like to see options between a supermajority and a majority so that we can discuss that further.
And I'll second the motion for discussion. I wanted to Councilmember Hudas, I'm curious if you feel like there would be, it sounds like there is majority support for moving forward with a, the structure for a pride flag raising come June 2026. I'm curious to know if you think option 2 gives us enough flexibility to get there, or if there's something else you might want to modify that motion.
Yeah, thank you. I do think that option 2 is the next best step to get there. The one question that was still open, which maybe would be a friendly amendment, would be to ask staff to come back with information about how the 11 of the 15 communities have achieved raising the flag. Whether they followed the path that we're looking at or a different path as well.
Okay,
that would be a question maybe for staff, and then I would, if that's okay, I would offer that amendment.
I'd like to ask, what timeline are we talking about so I understand the resource commitment we're making?
In my mind, it would be so that it can be raised in June. So I guess we're talking about within the next 2 months, if that's possible, but I do think I think given that our discussion, part of the discussion is centered around 11 of the 15 nearby municipalities, the listserv was helpful, but I think getting a basic understanding of how similar or different other policies are is 2 months. I'm thinking by March.
If 2 months is the timeline, I will make the resource decisions around that.
Does it have to be 2 months in order to achieve the raising in June, or could it be longer than that? I'm just asking.
The caution I will raise is the last 2 policies that we've taken through have taken a little bit longer than 2 months. And so if there's a hard deadline to get this done, have something in place by June, I will have to make a trade-off decision internally, and the staff that are impacted would be the clerk and the manager's office.
How about April?
Yeah, I think
I don't think May is soon enough.
Right. I think March, April is a good timeline to shoot for, to just ensure that if for some reason there is if that resolution that evening isn't the right one for us, we still have time to look at it one more time and raise the flag in June.
Okay. And in
March, April.
And if there's 3 votes for any of the recommendations, you may want to consider providing some additional direction after that about parameters to consider, and not just, can we do a comparison? We can do a comparison of all the other Santa Clara County jurisdictions, but it would be nice to have more parameters that the council desires, because it is your policy. You get to define what you want. And so if you give us more guidance, it may limit the time it takes to get to the finish line.
Yeah, I'm used to raising my hand. Okay, so first, I think there's still a motion. So I would, if that's a friendly amendment, I would accept as the seconder the 11 out of 15. I think that makes sense. Does the maker accept that?
Yes.
Okay. And then the other piece I would perhaps add is that I was thinking about this policy as looking somewhat similar to our council matters agendizing policy, where you need, and we could look at exactly how you do this, but you need at least one council member to support bringing the thing forward. I think it would perhaps make sense to have 2 council members or the mayor to bring it forward for council consideration. That's not necessarily how the policy has to be, but I think something in that vein, what I'm trying to solve for there is frivolous, requests. And so you need council support of some kind to get the ball rolling on even, considering a resolution. That would be my input. Councilmember Rennie?
So question for staff. In this one, it talks about a commemorative framework. Is that purely a procedural framework? Because as I said in my thoughts, and I don't seem to have anybody else that agreed with me, but I'm struggling with the idea that we just start allowing resolutions of whatever comes up without having some kind of framework of what's appropriate to consider. Is that something staff doesn't want to take on? Should I go talk to the DEI commission on my own to figure this out?
Well, I think it's akin to giving me a blank check and saying, you figure out what dollar amount you want to write on it. I think since it is your policy, what I was contemplating with option 1 and 2 was to establish the government speech framework that gave you a process to make a decision on something, because I think at least the framework part of it would be a near unanimous support for what that should be, unless you're only governmental flags. In the case of the Pride flag or the Tree City USA flag or the POW flag or anything else that may come to you either by a council member or from somebody through you to take an action, that's a different topic. And so if you want to establish parameters around what kind of flags are we willing to undertake as government speech, I would need more guidance. Otherwise, we would be shooting in the dark, trying to figure out what we think the council desires as opposed to what you really do.
And that's why I had suggested it going to policy committee so a couple council members could start giving that idea. But that didn't fly.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I guess, I like the approach that the policy was laid out, where this is government speech. I mean, it sounded like there's an initial framework that maybe is getting more complicated by the fact that then we're then asking, what are the other local cities doing? So I think the spirit of my motion is to go forward in the direction that staff was already going. And maybe as part of the report, just inform us what other cities are doing, but not sit there and try to create something that's kind of an amalgam or what the majority is. In my opinion, this is a good way to go. And I think it would be helpful to get the answer for if other communities are doing it the exact same way or how they're doing it. And then I guess what I'm curious about is, are you asking the question, should we be giving you guidance on how a resolution comes forward? We're talking about the pride flag right now, but then how do we get resolutions for the others? Are you asking about what we are favoring in that mechanism?
I think I'm just asking a question that you may not be prepared to answer, and that is if there are any other parameters we should consider as we're looking at policies, what that would be. And so when we research the other jurisdictions' policies, we can determine if there are other aspects of it that we should consider.
One thing I would consider is that it can only come forward from a council member. Not, if 500 people sign a petition, the flag goes up or something, that it has to go through the council. Is that the type?
So if my intent with option 1 and 2 would be to take the existing policy and revise it, and given what other policies are out there, with some emphasis to the local policies in this county, to have a governmental driven expression that would have to come through council through some action, that action being a resolution. The findings or the criteria or the parameters, I wasn't going to dig too deep in terms of establishing them unless some other policy had a really clear, made sense, aligns with your strategic priorities or discussions of the council, which when I look at the strategic priorities, the one that pertains to this topic is very broad. So it doesn't give any guidance. And so I was just going to take a shot at it and say, you tell me how to revise it. The resolution itself, so long as it fits near what that initial draft of the policy would have, could get you to the finish line, and then you could add to it later, not on a timeline that impacts June. So you get to the goal of what you're looking for, but then you add to the criteria so that in the future you can put the boundaries around what kind of flags you would be willing to consider in the future and how it gets on the agenda.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so it sounds like we can get to the first place and then look at how we need to revise it if we do for any future flag after that.
Correct.
Or maybe the process looks perfect and we don't have to do anything.
Correct. The criteria that I would be looking at right now is something in furtherance of our strategic priorities, as determined by the council. But that would pretty much mean a very large swath of flags, but still, the council's still in control of making that decision. And if you make it a 2/3 decision, then the likelihood of a flag that has a very negative impact on your strategic priority of inclusiveness and welcoming community is less likely to be something that would make it through.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure that I feel a great need to further define the process for bringing a resolution forward. I think we have another agenda item later today to talk about an agenda policy that I think that any resolution would need to follow, which would be itemized as an agenda and would need a majority of the council to support in order to take action on it. And so I think we've already created something where only a council member can bring something forward and that it would go through a fair process. So I don't feel the need to further define the process at this point.
I think that's a good point. Yeah, Councilmember Rennie.
So I can support the motion to move this forward, but I've kind of described my confusion on how to do this equitably. So what we haven't given staff any parameters hardly at all. So I think it may turn out to be a little bit of a peel the onion for me as I learn more, as I learn what the other cities are doing. I might want to dig into some other portions of that to figure out how to do this equitably. So it might be an iterative process for me. The next meeting might not be the last meeting of this for me if I can't get to, well, of course, you guys can vote and I can vote no, but just to get me there, I might need more.
Councilmember Hudes.
Yeah, I agree with some of the concerns that Councilmember Rennie has raised, and think that we may want to leave enough time to have a couple of meetings on this in order to achieve, a June deadline. It may not happen in one meeting.
Okay, so it sounds like maybe we're shooting for a March timeline.
I think what we're going to do is do the research on the other cities, and what you may see is a more streamlined version of a policy, and then you can just give more direction, and we'll iterate to a final version.
Great, thank you. Okay, not seeing any other comments, so I'm ready to call the question. Is everyone comfortable? Does everyone know what the motion is? Okay, great. Then all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, great. Any abstentions? Seeing none. The motion passes 4-1. Thank you all for being here this evening and the robust community conversation. Always good to see the chamber so full. Thank you. We will now move on to item 16, which is the approval of the Senior Services Roadmap update and next steps.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. Katie Nomura, Assistant Town Manager. I just wanted to introduce to everyone our Senior Service Coordinator. This is her debut at Council, Jen Fosco. Unfortunately, it is also her last meeting with us as the grant term ends at the end of December. But we're very grateful to have her, and she will be presenting the report this evening.
I don't think it's on. Thank you. Sorry about that. Okay, thank you. We have prepared a final report that we brought to the CHSSC last week, and all of you are very familiar with the senior roadmap. I think the council is very familiar. So we're not going to go through all the points, but I do just want to highlight some things and just do kind of a quick overview. So the background that you all know is that the senior roadmap was created and approved, was endorsed by the council in 2023. The report that's coming forward tonight is a culmination of the work of the Senior Service Coordinator position, which was actually completed by 2 personnel over the last 6 or so months. The purpose of this report is to highlight the things that have been done and put forward some next steps that are feasible for the town to provide. Oops, sorry. Generally speaking, coming in as a kind of a new person to the town, I just wanted to say that I feel like the town's very fortunate to have a very strong network of community service providers that meet many of the needs that are addressed in the roadmap. And although we cannot do all of the things that maybe we have set out to want to do, the suggested next steps in the report really take in consideration the things that are already being provided by other service providers, and also things that the town can do, and taking into consideration the things that we can't do, possibly for budget and bandwidth and also expertise. Which I think is an important piece, because if you have a service provider that's giving a per giving a program, you want that person to be well-versed in it. So again, because everyone's pretty familiar with this and you also received the report as part of the council packet, I just want to go over it generally. And so the first one of the first goal, and actually that's an error because that's supposed to say inviting facility. I'm sorry about that. We know that the Los Gatos Thrives Foundation is functioning and they are currently working on fundraising. And we also know that we have a fantastic program that's being conducted by the Los Gatos Saratoga Rec that's going on right now. So with all the things that have been done for the inviting facility, we can go to the next steps for the town, which is to maintain and optimize the existing facility that we have for the ARC as a warm and inviting location for our seniors. We can continue the lease agreement between the town and Los Gatos Recreation to ensure the continuation of the 55+ programming. And other next steps would be pending completion of F2, which is funding for the brand new site. Goal 2 is senior core services. So this is quite a long list of things. I want to just highlight a few things that the 55+ program being run by Los Gatos Saratoga Rec has a very successful model. They have over 1,000 residents now. All their surveys that they send out are very positive. We have the Live Oak program that's continuing to operate. And another update that I think is important is that the West Valley Community Services now has a Park It Market that comes over to the library twice a month. And not only do they have groceries, but they also have a case manager there who can deal with any issues that people have that they would like to bring up. Let's see, sorry. The other thing I wanted to mention here is that the hub is also up and running, which was a big project to get a hub of community services ready to access. It's a website that was created with input from the CHSSC and run by Los Gatos Rec. That has been very successful for listing all the service providers in the area. And then also the Live Oak Adult Day Services. They have a program that's available to Los Gatos residents, and they always consistently have room for more families. I'm just going to go through these. Okay, sorry about that. One more, sorry. Another thing that I wanted to just bring up was the desire for programs to be held in our local parks. That's something that has come up quite a bit. Los Gatos Saratoga Rec continues to offer recreation in the parks. If they were going to implement exercise programs, which is something that was specifically being looked at, they would need to have a arrangement with the town to do that at a no cost or for the programs. Cost is definitely something that they're looking at as they're working on their programming. Last one here with the health and welfare assessment. The County Department of Aging and Adult Services has are responsible for the welfare and safety net of the of the seniors, and so that is something that's provided by the county. So the next steps that are possible for the town, for the core senior services, are to continue to engage community service providers to meet the needs of older adults, continue to receive input from the community about service agencies and the CHSSC regarding senior services. At such a time that any community garden or cluster seating would be available, staff can engage with the CHSSC for input as appropriate. The CHSSC can support these efforts by staying informed, and the CHSSC in their personal capacity could explore and participate in existing programs and report back on their experiences. Goal 3, communications and engagement. Again, the hub is one of the biggest, I think, accomplishments that came out of the senior roadmap. There's lots and lots of information on there that wasn't there before, and it's constantly being added to. The town would like to promote the hub as the central location for senior information, and we're always looking for partners to cross-promote this resource so that the community and the clients and all providers can be better connected and informed with each other. Staff is communicating to partners, and we are providing additional hub cards to the community. And the CHSSC's continued support by promoting the hub to providers and its community members is invaluable. As far as promoting community engagement, the town's actively promoting the hub. We have cards all over town. I should have actually brought some tonight. The West Valley Service Provider Network provides a great opportunity for engagement and cross-promotion with all of the providers. The town has joined the AARP network of age-friendly communities. And the town of Los Gatos and Saratoga Rec are constantly promoting their events to keep seniors informed. We do that by promoting our town events on our website. Los Gatos Saratoga Rec also has a print version that the members very much enjoy, and they also do their things through social media. Engagement and in activities and healthy living and life learning skills. This is really the core, one of the core pieces of the senior roadmap to prevent isolation for seniors. And we have lots of ways that this has been addressed. Los Gatos Saratoga Rec will continue to promote its monthly activities to try to get more people to come. They're also constantly assessing their programs to check for validity and what's being attended and what's not, what clients are enjoying and what they can do better. The Los Gatos Thrives Foundation is currently promoting and managing the well-attended Monday movies that's held locally at the Los Gatos Theater. The West Valley College Senior Guided Pathways Program provides support to older adults in the areas of education and aging and job training. And the town and the hub and other agencies publicize their services and programs through their websites and social media and advertising and newsletters. Any other programs, the last five would be on hold until Goal 1 would be met. So for goals and communications, Goal 3 for communication and engagement, the next steps for the town would be to continue to communicate with seniors to promote services, resources, and events to create and continue a sense of belonging, to continue to promote the hub, including providing resource cards, to continue to publicize the town and official 55+ events as appropriate through official town channels. And the CHSSC can support these efforts by continuing to promote the hub in the community and identifying additional resources. Volunteer support and engagement. The CHSSC created a Goal 4 task force, which is currently led by Vice Chair Stern. And they are collaborating with Los Gatos Thrives Foundation to develop a volunteer program. That is in process right now. And as that comes forward, if that comes to fruition, when it does, the next steps for the town would be to work with Los Gatos Rec to get the link to this program on the hub so that interested parties can sign up to receive the notifications and become a part of that program. And the CHSSC can continue to support promoting the volunteer coordination through newsletters and at meetings. Goal 5, transportation for older adults. So the CHSSC task force for Goal 5 has been working with collaboratively and attending meetings for the Complete Streets and Transportation Commission. I'm not going to go through all of these, but the work that they're doing to just pay attention to things that are going around on the town with the VTA and other areas to help promote the safety for seniors. The VTA also has several options for rides for residents who are unable to have transportation. That has been like a town shuttle has come up in the past, and right now VTA and a few other agencies are the ones that are providing the service for seniors. So the next steps for the town regarding transportation: continue to promote safe transportation for seniors and all community members. Continue to receive feedback regarding transportation needs and issues from residents and area agencies. Participate in VTA discussions related to bus routes as needed. The town will be updating its bike and pedestrian master plan in the next 5 years and will put an emphasis on senior walking. The CHSSC can support these efforts by continuing to attend the CSTC meetings to stay informed and engaged. And the CHSSC can support these efforts by attending VTA meetings or viewing agendas or meetings and sharing information that they learn that's relevant to the town. Goal 6, senior housing. On the housing program page on the town's website, we have resources including a housing resource guide and information on the BMR administrator below market rate. And the housing resource guide has been, we've had some input from the CHSSC after some research, and so that is in the process of being updated. Another thing I think that's important here is the facilitate the crisis housing, which was a goal. So the town has a disaster plan for all residents. I think it's also important to know that the care facilities and other providers that provide housing in Los Gatos are under California code to provide emergency service and evacuations. So the next step for the town regarding housing would be to continue to provide required annual reporting on the housing element, continue to keep the town website updated with current housing options, such as the housing resource guide, and continue to accept community feedback on senior housing needs through the Planning Commission and the Town Council meetings. Goal 7, integrated governance, funding, and accountability. This is a challenging goal, as the town of Los Gatos does not provide any direct services such as housing or mental health. And so we don't have any oversight, the town doesn't have any oversight or control over these service providers. The senior service coordinator position has done research to assess these programs available to town seniors, including needs and gaps, and including distributing and providing data from the survey for service providers to the CHSSC. And while the town is not currently in the position to implement from an oversight or bandwidth or funding perspective, the town can focus on assessing older adult services by sending out the survey and keeping the CHSSC and the town council informed. So the next steps for the town regarding this goal would be to continue to issue the service provider to gather information from the service providers. And the CHSSC can continue to monitor the state of senior services and suggest improvements in collaboration to the town. And that's it. Does anybody have any questions or discussion?
Thank you. Questions?
I'll hold my question until after public comment, if there's any.
Great. Okay, no questions this time. We will open public comment. I have one speaker card at this time, and that is Eleanor Yeck.
Good evening, Mayor Moore and council members. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak to you tonight. My name is Eleanor Yick. I'm the current outgoing chair of the CHSSC. I came tonight to, first of all, acknowledge Jen Fosco, I think, who has done an outstanding job. We hope that her tenure would be longer because we feel that she has really taken to the job and given us some valuable information. The report that you just heard is comprehensive and provides a slightly different perspective than the way the CHSSC has been approaching some of the items. I particularly appreciated looking at the next steps and things that are possibilities and things that the town can take on at this point. But my main purpose in speaking to you tonight is to express my opinion and the CHSSC's that having a dedicated senior services coordinator has made a tremendous difference. It's raised the level of oversight, updates, and just general information to a new level, that one that the CHSSC feels is critical as the town continues to focus on senior needs, that ever-growing demographic in our town. Grant funding, as you know, supported the position this past year, and until such time that the town could fund such a position, we hope that the outreach will continue, particularly to the Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors, for any kind of funding that might be available that could support this position moving into 2026. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Yick? Okay. Thank you. Okay, great. I'm not seeing any other comments in the room, and I see no hands raised on Zoom. I'm going to give it a sec if anyone wants to speak. Seeing none, we will close public comment and go back to council member questions. Councilmember Hudes.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for the excellent report. And I got to see the way it was made with the senior service coordinator digging into the information as well as having a little bit different perspective from the CHSSC. And I just want to comment that it's been extraordinary work on the part of our senior service coordinators, yourself and your predecessor, and Ms. Nomura, who's supported Senior Services Commission all along. I also wanted to comment that just stepping back and thinking about where were we in 2021 and 2022, we've made really tremendous progress, and a lot of that progress has been by following the roadmap. It doesn't always work that way. A document doesn't always prove to be enduring, but in looking at this, I think that that roadmap, which was difficult to put together and took a couple of fits and starts on the council, eventually was unanimously endorsed by the council in 2023. And it's proven to be a resilient framework and has had tremendous impact on the services for our seniors, which are now, as of the 2020 census, over 27% of our population are over 60, and that's growing. Yet our model for delivery hasn't changed. We still do not have a centralized delivery model. It's still very, very decentralized and some might say fragmented. We rely on a lot of different service providers, on the county, which has had its ups and downs. And so I wanted to start off with a comment of appreciation for all of the work that's gone on between the CHSSC and town staff in making life better for our seniors. A couple of quick questions as I started looking at the next steps, which is, I think, really an excellent part of the report. One of them on housing strikes me, and I had a conversation with folks who run the Avenidas program recently, is about aging in place programs, because many of our residents are trying to stay in their homes and can't afford some of the nutrition, can't figure out who is trustworthy to hire to do a repair, and need certain services brought to their homes. And so one question I would raise is, are we looking at potentially a regional service provider for that aging in place? They call it the village concept, where residents sign up for services and they pay a fee to get those services, and but you need a certain critical mass in order to do that. So I don't know whether this came up or whether this would be a future thing, but are we looking at potentially a regional solution for aging in place programs, village kind of programs?
Yeah, so so in the roadmap report, we do talk about how any village, like a program like the Los Gatos Village, which was one of the visionaries, would need to be taken up by a third party, not by the town. And I do understand its value. I know which program you're talking about. I would say the only thing that might twinge, a little bit close to that is that if we do get the volunteer network up, the idea would be that you would have a group of people that would be willing to do certain things for certain people, and some of those things could involve some of the aging in place portions.
Yeah, I think they're complementary, and you might not want just volunteer plumbers. You might want licensed plumbers, But that definitely is something that I think is becoming more and more a solution for our residents is aging in place.
Looks like Assistant Manager Nomura has a comment.
Just to add to that, thank you so much, Jen. So there are certain organizations that do offer, like, again, piecemeal of some of these things. Like Heart of the Valley does do handiwork and come to low-income seniors. But from my understanding, and when we did some research and asked for clarification on this, it sounds like the Los Gatos Village, or that concept, is more something that's like neighbor to neighbor. And so it's almost as though like a community of neighbors kind of comes together to kind of develop this program and resource of, hey, I can do this. I can help you with these types of services. That was my understanding. And so from that sense, it would be something that's more of a grassroots developed or by a third party or something of that nature.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I've seen that. It started in Boston with the village concept there, and then Berkeley did it, and Palo Alto has done it with Avenidas. But I think Avenidas may have capacity to go beyond just Palo Alto and serving other communities as well, because it does, you have to vet these people, you have to make sure that, but then it does go to a neighborhood by neighborhood association, from what I understand the way that works. So I would encourage us to continue looking at that. The other comment I had about Goal 7, which is the governance one, and that's where things really fell apart, is that we had no way to systematically assess whether services were being delivered, whether the service providers were capable, what their metrics were, how many meals they were serving, how many residents. And when you start measuring things, all of a sudden, you start to see some better outcomes. Look at 55 plus, went from 250 or 300 people, nobody was paying any attention to it, and now it's 1,000 people who are in the 55 plus program. And so being able to shine a spotlight and report on that and to assess that is I think, really important, and that's an important part of this report. So I had one other comment, but I don't want to dominate all of this. But
if you got one more, go ahead.
Okay, so this is with regard to the point that Ms. Yick raised about the senior services coordinator position. We struggled with it, but on May 21st, of 2024, we established the position of Senior Service Coordinator in a motion that I made to allocate 0.2 FTE to coordinate services. And then Councilmember Badami, I think, wisely amended that to 0.4, and it was seconded and it was passed unanimously by the council. when that was done, it was not a motion to only do that if we were to get a grant. The way it worked is there was a commitment to provide a halftime coordinator, and through subsequent work with town leadership working with the county, we were able to find a grant that funded part-time case manager and part-time senior services coordinator. But the motion was not dependent on obtaining that grant. It was help that we had in a tight budget situation. I understand our budget is tight again, but I really think we need to find a way to fund this position that is so critically needed for our older adults. That population is only growing, and the service providers are struggling as much or more than they were. And so if we're not able to find a way to hold it over to the budget, I think we absolutely have to take this on in the budget and make sure that we have this position funded because it's so critical to such a large number of our population. And it's proved to be effective, and we've been able to get 2 excellent people in the job. So it's a comment, but not a motion or anything.
Thank you. Other questions or comments? Okay. All right. Then seeing none, this is just to receive the report, correct? Or do we need do you want any direction on anything?
Be helpful if the council does see it fit to approve the report, just so we can take it a little bit more as, yes, proceed in this direction.
Great. Okay, yeah, and I'll just comment really quick that I think it's a thoughtful report, and appreciate all of the effort that's been put into making this happen. Yeah, Councilmember Udis.
Yeah, and I move to approve the report. I think the next steps are not locking anything in that goes around our budget or anything. I think they were carefully considered in the way they were written, but they provide a direction, so I'm very enthusiastic about the report.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate the way the report was laid out, what's been accomplished, what can be accomplished, and what our next steps are. So I will second the motion.
Great. Any other comment? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None. Passes unanimously. Okay, great. Thank you very much. Really appreciate all of the hard work on that. Thank you. We will now move to item 17, which is to discuss, consider, and provide direction regarding wildfire risk mitigation program options, planning level cost estimates, and emergency management initiatives update. We have Emergency Manager Todd here to give us a report.
All right. Perfect. Thank you. Council, Mayor, thank you for taking the time to hear my report. So what I'd like to do is just go over our wildfire risk mitigation options and scenarios as they're built out, and then touch on at the end what we've done so far. In making this report, what I did is I tried to make a planning level kind of scenario for council to be informed on what options could be and what other communities are doing at kind of similar levels and risks. So in this report and kind of how I see the goals for my efforts is prioritized by protecting life. So clearly that's our residents and visitors for being able to safely evacuate. First responder safety, so people that are responding into wildfires or major incidents can safely work and not be endangered. Protecting property and economic stability. This is clearly like our homes, our businesses, things like that. We want to make sure that this is all safe, but also making sure that we're maintaining the economic viability of our community if there was an event that we could recover. Environmental stewardship. We've all seen the devastation that can happen after extreme wildfires. This is something I believe is somewhat of a threat to us due to the density of the vegetation that we have. If we did have a very significant fire, we'd be more likely to see greater devastation to the vegetation, as well as maintaining the ecological health, the species in the areas, and recreation. In doing this, there's 3 mechanisms that need to be considered, and this is basically preventing vegetation into structure threats. So this is on the WUI boundary, having wildfires moving into homes, and then considering factors that we can do to mitigate structure-to-structure burning, so then when it starts to move into conflagration. And then the ember cast, which is really a threat to the wider town moving beyond the WUI area. And with that, I'd like to emphasize that it is a threat to the whole community. So this, although the costs of this are considerable considering the different measures and approach that would be considered to be taken, the threat goes beyond just the homes in the WUI area. If it were to become a significant fire and it were to move further into town, or you have significant ember cast, then there is a threat to the wider community, which is why I think it's relevant to everyone. Another element to the whole community approach is considering that some of the communities that have been proactive in setting up programs like this are often in wider spaced, more forested areas where they have more open space or city town owned property. Relatively, we have actually fairly low amount at 175 or plus acres. So we need to have an increased emphasis on a whole community approach. So that considers education, so helping the residents understand what needs to be done, guiding them, so making sure that they feel that they can learn what needs to happen without a punitive approach automatically, and reducing barriers. That's a really big one, and making sure that whatever, chipping, curbside green waste, things that are stopping them from being able to easily take the actions they need to increase the safety of their homes, that they have that available. And then lastly is code enforcement for people that are reluctant to take the actions that are needed. And I'd be remiss not to highlight the work that we are doing. There's quite a bit that's being done currently. So we just recently had our updated fire code. We have proactive efforts in FireWise, so communities being active in that. Our evacuation modeling that we're working on, which will be both traffic and wildfire modeling to help us get a better assessment of how we can safely evacuate, but as well as what the threats are and potentials there. Grants pending for outdoor warning sirens. We've been working with the Visona Fire Crew to help mitigate certain areas. They've been very helpful in that. In certain key spots, they're limited in the scope they can do. It's only a few people, but very generous of them to help us with that. Our open space vegetation management program, thanks to our public works team. Along with that, the urban forest management plan updates, so revisions there pending to come up with better plans for how we're going to maintain our tree health. We've been working to get grant funding to help support an update to our vegetation management plan so we can get a more accurate assessment of vegetation that's impacting wildfire threat. Continuing EOC staff training and improvement to our IT infrastructure, all the other elements to respond to an incident. Emergency plan updates, county weed abatement, and the efforts of the Fire Safe Council. So what I did is I went and had a handful of meetings and assessed programs from across the state of kind of relevant, progressive, and proactive wildfire communities. And they kind of fall into 2 buckets, fairly traditional, and then there's been a big push to do more progressive and data-driven wildfire efforts. So the more traditional efforts, which are still effective, is Truckee and Montecito. There's a few others. And their emphasis is roadside vegetation maintenance, open space field treatment, similar to what we have been doing. A lot of green waste pickup, chipping, programs like that, defensible space inspections. It's all fairly familiar. But what's becoming more popular now is data-driven modeling, where they will conduct prioritizing their efforts based upon wildfire models, which assess both the risk of wildfire, housing density. The updates to fire modeling is showing the pathways through communities, so they will target where they're doing reduction efforts based upon potential fire paths. and also assessing the structures as fuels, which is a relatively new element to fire modeling. Is previously they would look at just vegetation. Now they can look at vegetation density as well as how fire would move through structures. In the staff report, I put together a pretty comprehensive list of different elements that could be put into a program. And to help make that a little more digestible, what I did is I broke it up into 3 scenarios. Each of these just kind of help give an idea of what a program could cost. The different elements could be changed one way or the other depending on what we decided to do. But generally, it's what I did is, and these estimates are all based on what other communities were doing, their budgets, and then kind of adjusted to match our size and population. So at a foundational level, we're looking at a lower cost of around $1 million a year, plus one-time capital costs of around another $1 million to make up for any major projects or back work that hasn't been completed. With a intermediate level, 1.6 to 2.3 million, capital planning 3 to 5 million over several years, and then a more comprehensive, and this would be a much bigger program at 2.1 to 3 million with 6 to 11 of capital spending. So actually back up one slide. It is worth noting too the expenses that we've done previously. So our capital projects to date are around 3 million, with 1.8 million being general fund and another 1.2 being grant funded. So it's kind of just a ballpark of what we're sitting at currently. Okay, so the foundational level, the way I put these together in the staff report, and it's not all on the slides, there's some more to it, but generally each element builds on the next, but an emphasis on roadside vegetation management. So moving beyond allocated funding year by year to a more consistent funding structure that will allow for enhanced roadside maintenance. Open space vegetation management, so expanding the work that we're doing. There's pockets that we focus mostly on our open space and parks, but there are small parcels and stuff that could also be considered, as well as fire access roads, things like that. Improving community outreach, better publication out to the community, supporting Firewise, things like that. Supporting an admin staffing, and then any capital one-time costs. So backlogs of reduction work. So we have roadways that are we've treated, but we try to treat them a kind of a 6-year cycle and to the kind of minimum code requirement, which in my professional opinion, it could be expanded so we could see enhanced reduced fuel loading on those roadways. And as we work through, say, our evacuation planning and our vegetation management plans and all of our urban updates and all that, we'll get a better idea of what the costs would actually be and what elements would need to be included on a more specific level. So at a more intermediate program level, let's see. So that's where we're going to start to see more, on top of enhanced fuels work, it's going to be more community outreach. So that's where we'll start building into grant programs and things that are really going to start building in that whole community approach. So there's a lot of creative approaches that can be taken. Some of the communities were doing things like selecting, allowing block grants for communities to do, or neighborhoods that want to put in for it. They can petition to do elements like, we want to do hardened windows or vents for our whole neighborhood, and we'll get contractors and we'll do it at a reduced rate, elements like that. Or you can even do grants at an individual level, where you could say a match to the community at a cap. If you'd like to apply to help get funding to do the things for your home you need to do, elements like that. Chipping and the green waste, that was a big one. That was one that certain communities have done. So for example, Montecito and Truckee, they're both really proactive. Every single year they have residents can petition to have them come to their house and they'll bring the chipping and the green waste to you, whereas we do have green waste pickup, but it's at a limited scale. So this would be, for example, Truckee. They show up with a truck that's got an arm that will grab the piles out of your yard and drive it away. And their emphasis is that they've found really enhanced community engagement after doing programs like this. So dramatic reductions in fuel loading. And they cite it too as there's a reduction in carbon emissions because there's less people driving to landfill. They're handling the program all on site. And then the third scenario is really just trying to capture everything. That's the carte blanche of if we wanted to have a very proactive community engagement grants, we wanted to have advanced modeling plans, all the open space treatment, making sure that we are being as comprehensive as possible. And then just recapping on the budget so far of what the allocation that's been funded. So the spent to date is $42,420. Salary, outreach, grant writing support. We purchased emergency water for the town for staff for an EOC activation. Allocated is the Hilo tree removal. We also have $1,700 set aside for work on Sierra Azul. We've done working with Vasonic Fire Crew to help clear town right away and improve fire access through there. The funding piece there is to, they're going to bring in a demonstration of what's called a curtain burner. It's a kind of low emissions way to remove all the vegetation that's been removed. So they're going to help us with that. The grant matches, we have the match set aside for potential grant funding for Siren System. That's still pending. USDA Community Wildfire Defense Grant, our VMP grant. Our first attempt at that was rejected, but they allowed us to automatically resubmit, so that's still pending. There's been an update to the grants as well. Our CAL FIRE prevention grant that was to fund the evacuation and traffic planning, that was denied. So I'm going to come back to council to request directly funding that. I think it's a high enough priority that it should come directly out of the $1 million, but I'll bring that back at our next council meeting, which would currently is $413,380 remaining, potentially minus the funding for the evacuation planning. In report.
Thank you very much. I'll open it up to questions for our emergency manager. Vice Mayor?
I have some questions, but I think I'll wait until after public comment, just because they're along the lines of discussion too.
Great. I will open it up to public comment. I don't have any cards. Is anyone here to speak on public comment? It does not appear so, and I see no hands raised on Zoom. I'll give it one more sec. Seeing no hands go up, I'll close public comment for this item and see what questions. Going back to the Vice Mayor.
Okay, thank you. First of all, it's intriguing what we could do if we had lots of money. One question, a serious question. For number 3, the highest level, if we had that much money, which of course we don't, could the work actually really be done? Is there person power to actually accomplish all that?
Yeah, so baked into that is the admin costs and the staffing to do that. A comparative example would be Truckee funded their program out of, it was a 5-year measure, and it brings in about $3.7 million a year, and they have a staff of 5 people, a program manager, 2 analysts, and then 2 home seasonal inspectors that go out, and that's how they manage their program. They do it fairly effectively.
And contractors, I assume, for the cutting and the clearing and everything else?
Yeah.
Okay. And then on a more specific level, when we're talking about ember casting, I do remember in the 1997 fire that Los Gatos had near the Katz restaurant, there were homes that burned to the ground because of burning embers flying through. So one of the things I think about is we can make Los Gatos as minimal risk as possible to the extent that we can, but what about the county? What about our nearby neighbors? And do we know anything about how they're coordinating, because I'm thinking, how much money do we put in if the areas immediately adjacent to us don't do that?
I agree. And you bring up a good point, which is that I do want to emphasize that there are measures that we can and will take that don't necessarily require funding. We will continue to update our codes and do things, but the funding and the whole community approach, the goal there is to really help engage the community and get these things done. But to more directly answer your question, I have regular meetings with Licardo's office, and we have all of our neighbors come on a wildfire consortium group, and we work together to try and come together on the same page of what our standards are going to be and what our action is going to be. There are also significant efforts at the state level to standardize wildfire risk modeling and be more transparent in all of that.
Okay.
There's activity going on with insurance companies are trying to move actually back into California and focus more and assess that. Specifically at the county level, I haven't seen a lot of action. It's more of the local municipalities working together. And not to say the county isn't working, but they just have a lot of vegetation. And then I would like to see increased cooperation and with like Mid-Peninsula and our direct neighbors, but we're consulting with them and we're working on it.
Okay, through the mayor, one more thing. Yeah, so actually I was thinking Mid-Penn has been doing a really good job, at least the trails I'm on. From a user point of view, it's devastating because it's like cleared out, but they've been doing a lot of good work. For example, one road I think about is Overlook, and once you get up a little bit past Wissahickon, I think all of a sudden it's county. So, that's an area. And what that makes me think of is when we talk about evacuation and we do modeling, we'll also be looking at people who are not our residents, so that will be coming down out of county roads that will come onto our roads and impact our evacuation.
That's my understanding, yes. And we're also, Montessorino might also could cooperate with us and do the same modeling, so we're looking at our neighbors as well.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Hudes.
So I'm blown away by this report. It's extremely comprehensive, detailed, yet you can bounce up and see at a high level what we need to do. And in the time that you've been here, Mr. Todd, I think you've accomplished a tremendous amount of work and really helped the community. Think about it. We really got started on this in January, and it transferred from being somewhat of a community grassroots thing to being municipal government doing exemplary work in terms of pulling together all of the ideas and taking advantage of all of the funding sources and things like that. And so I think, this report is going to serve us for quite some time because we're obviously not going to be able to get to comprehensive without significant changes in funding, and it's not going to come from us playing around with our town budget. The residents are going to have to make this a priority, and so at some point, some of this is going to need to go to a vote for our residents to see how much they value these safety preparations and where they would like to see us fall. So, but this work is just tremendous in terms of not only finding the things that we could start, but also finding the things that we could do to take us to the next level. So, I've read the report about 4 times, and I keep finding new things in here. And I had a few questions, but I'm not even prepared to offer any direction. I just maybe would start with a few questions. So I think you wisely looked at comparable communities, but didn't only restrict it to Santa Clara County, because there's only a couple that are similar to us here. So what are the primary communities that you've looked at that have informed this report?
I'd say the two that stood out the most was Truckee and then Montecito. They both have very good programs, similar size and scope that could be factor well to us. There is similar to programs at the county level. Sonoma, Marin have very large programs that are proactive. North Tahoe Fund was one that was looked at and is quite popular, and that's one of the more proactive modeling ones that they're being really progressive. They're really good. However, there's challenges with that. Their model is very based around kind of an HOA structure, and they can really engage with the parcels more than we could. But there's interesting things that they did take away from that. Let's see, and then I think that those are the big ones. There's a few other smaller ones that I've just pieced out of, but those were the key that I could really. I met with their managers and talked to them and looked at their budgets, and it was very easy to transpose to us.
Well, I think that's commendable, and I think that will serve us well, because we always just sort of look around the corner and say, well, what is everybody in Santa Clara County doing? But for best practice, we're going to need to look elsewhere, I think. A couple of questions. So on the funding, the baseline funding, and you provided some information on that, because when I look at the slide that has the 3 budget scenarios and the numbers on it, the first thing that came into my mind is, well, what are we spending now? And you mentioned, I think, capital of $3 million, 1.8 from the general fund plus 1.2 grant funding. Is that correct? And is that annually, or is that like a total over the past few years?
That's the total over the past few years of the kind of cycle that we work through with our grant funds for FEMA and USDA for the vegetation management projects we've been working on.
Okay, so if that were spread over 3 years, that might be $1 million a year. Is that?
Yeah, that would be fair.
Okay. So, moving to 1.6 to 2.3, maybe that's possible, but then there's the whole capital investment side. And so you've got some very specific kinds of ideas in there, like if some of which you've applied for grants, like the audible warning system, which I think is really key. That was the thing that failed in Texas along the river, and having some way to warn people. But I think that with the funding in here, it might not only support a direct siren, but potentially a loudspeaker system that could be connected into an EOC where evacuation directions might be given. Is that correct?
The siren actually wasn't added into those totals. That was left out because there's grant funding pending for it, and we kind of already have a match set aside for it. So I didn't want to, the costs of siren systems are so high, I didn't want to skew the numbers on that item specifically. Those estimates are largely based on like backlog of fuel reduction work, if we wanted enhanced removal along roadways, any potential recommendations that might come out of our evacuation, traffic modeling of potential roadway improvements, defensible space or temporary refuge areas, things like that, kind of wider capital projects.
Okay, thank you. I had one other question. So in your last slide, which has the council allocation and talks about the FEMA hazard mitigation grant, siren system, 400,000, and the USDA. So what is the FEMA portion? That's the town's portion is 400. What's the FEMA portion?
They would be 75%. We pay 25%.
So is that 75% of 400, or is 400 the 25%?
400 is 25%.
Okay. Okay, that'd be great to maybe continue to have some visibility on what we're asking for, because I think that all of us have the ability to talk with our federal representatives, particularly our congressmen, and continue to emphasize the need. So understanding what, where the grant is coming from, if it's federal, giving us a heads up about what we're asking for would be really helpful. And then, the last thing I just wanted to comment on is that to Vice Mayor Risto's point about a lot of this needing to be regional, I think there has been a lot of regional work started, first with Congressman Liccardo, then Supervisor Abe Koga, and Matt Mahan, and County Fire. We need to continue to try to have a seat at the table as those folks are working on plans also, because, we're pretty much the small fry in that group, and these have to be done, many of the things have to be done on a regional basis.
Go ahead.
First, I'll just mention, you mentioned kind of the sources of the grant, which are the county and the federal with Liccardo, but it's really working with the San Jose Water and Mid-Penn, and both of those I know from the Fire Safe Council is doing vegetation management in those areas, but those are the kinds of things we want to know. Those are the properties that are close to us that can have an effect. It's a comment that maybe is a question. What I see missing in this work plan is a connection to update our ordinances or our policies, particularly around supporting the home hardening and the defensible space. We've had some people mention, well, I want to take the tree down that overhangs my house, which we know can be a defensible space issue, but our policy says if you do that, you got to go plant 4 more or whatever the number is. Well, we're trying to reduce the number of trees that are a problem, not quadruple them. So I think there might be a place in the work plan to, do the supporting pieces, which are policy updates. Perhaps we have a policy update for our Parks and Public Works of how we design our parks. When they want to put in new trees, probably we're picking the right kind of trees, but maybe the design of where we place them, how far apart they are, things like that, we might want to think through. So I don't know what else fits in here, but what I see missing is sort of the supporting work around ordinances and policies.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. And my focus here was anything that had kind of a dollar value to it. And it's on my to-do list, and working with CDD and PBW as we update our tree policy to better support wildfire and hazardous tree removal, things like that, as well as, like you said, home hardening and improving our codes in that realm as well. So those are happening, but they just weren't in this report.
Looks like our Parks and Public Works Director wants to chime in.
Yeah, Nicole Burnham, Director of Parks and Public Works. I can just add that I actually think it is in the plan because Chris mentioned the Urban Forest Management Plan that's underway. Council approved the agreement December 2nd. So we have our kickoff meeting for that on the 19th. And that is, among many things, we'll be updating our tree list. We asked them to talk to us about this connection between wildfire and what that looks like, and how we might manage the urban forests a little bit differently based on that. So I think you'll start seeing that come in 2026 through that plan.
Couple questions from me. So kind of along Councilmember Hudis' question. So are these, the numbers you shared, in the 3 categories, are those sort of additional to what we're spending right now? Is that the assumption?
Yes.
Okay.
The expenditures right now are the public works budget and what they're doing at a certain level, but a lot of that has been grant funded or one-time capital expenses, things like that. So the goal is to get more consistent funding, and anything that's beyond that we can do enhanced work.
Okay. Yeah. No, I think this is all excellent. I think it's I think it's really helpful to have to be looking at sort of the best practices to see, we're not going to get to some of these places, next week or next year, but to help prioritize. And I think Councilmember Hudis makes a good point about, if these are the things our community wants to see, then there's likely going to have to be investment, sort of outside what the town budget can support. And if it's not, then it's not, and we have to have that conversation too. My question, so I hear you saying that, the traffic mapping evacuation modeling is probably going to come soon. If we get the money for, the Sirens grant, the wildfire defense grant, those will come soon. For the rest of the things, how are you thinking about prioritizing, where we go next?
It would depend on the level of funding and the elements that we would like to adopt. But as far as priorities, the evacuation is top priority. And then I would move from there. I would move to fuel reduction to making sure that we have reduced risk and hopefully can control the spread. The density of our vegetation very much concerns me. The building code, I think, can happen along with that. That's not necessarily cost prohibitive. But that's where if then we moved into further funding, then we say, okay, well, we're updating our codes, but also we're implementing measures to help residents do that with grant funding or whatever method we chose.
Okay, and then so, we have about $400,000 left if we're, under the assumptions. Do you think that gets us through another year, 2 years of, sort of, if we didn't invest anything else and we did these things that you kind of have in mind for the next couple of years, how far do we get?
I don't think we would get particularly far. So a lot of that depends on what happens with that Siren grant. That's a large block of money, but there's the evacuation modeling, and that's going to get us a plan, and that's going to get us some recommendations of things to do.
And because we're not getting grant funding, that's $200,000 or $300,000.
That's $300,000.
Yeah.
Okay. But as we start looking at anything that's actually really going to have a tangible effect, then you have a remaining $700,000 that's not going to go far, and that also depletes those funds that I would like to have available in case we actually need them in an event. So I think some sort of additional funding would be highly beneficial.
Okay, and go ahead.
If I may, it's very clear that the level of resource commitment to get to even the basic foundation will require external assistance.
No, and that's very helpful. That's helpful to think about. And sorry, last question is, so that's interesting what you just said, that in the event of an emergency, some of this would be used in sort of response efforts. So, do we not have money set aside for that use, already outside of this funding?
We don't have specifically allocated emergency funds, and so what would happen in the course of a disaster is I would exercise my authority and I would reallocate money out of the general fund budget to be able to prosecute whatever disaster we're engaged in, and then look at an emergency declaration within the first few days. And
sure. Okay. Thank you.
Measures.
Go ahead.
Thank you. This is an amazing report, and as I'm reading it, of course, why do I not want to go to priority to level 3, right? I think the question I was going to ask, which town manager answered, is we can't even right now afford level 1. And so, looking at that and looking at what more we want to do, I think we are really going to have a conversation with our residents and think about what our budget looks like and think about, is this a priority for our residents and how do we pay for it? When I'm looking through the items listed here, this was helpful and not helpful at the same time, which was the wildfire risk mitigation cost breakdown and the priorities on there. Every item, I think, except for 3, came out as high priority. I'm looking, it's like, okay, well, what are the high priority ones? Well, I think there's almost everything's high, and then there's, I think, 2 that are medium high, and there's 1 that's medium. But they're all, I think, viewing wildfires an existential risk to the town of Los Gatos, it's hard not to say that we have to do all of this all at once. We don't have the money to do that. And so I think we're going to have to figure out a way to get there and at the same time deliver all our other services, because I know people say it's not a matter of if but when a wildfire comes. I think a lot of these steps will potentially blunt the impact or could stop a fire from coming through. If we don't do this, we're a ticking time bomb. But if we do all of this, can we do anything else?
So again, I'll go back to Truckee. I think it's just a good benchmark of what could be done. So their Measure T that they passed was $179 per parcel, which then generated the $3.7 million that they rely on annually to run their program. And the impact that they were able to make in a very short period of time was nothing short of outstanding. If you were to drive through Truckee today compared to a few years ago, it used to be very dense trees and you couldn't walk between one tree and another, and the whole community now looks like a park. It's wide open. So there is a lot that can get done quickly. It just depends how fast we'd like to do it, the level of risk, and then also considering the risk tolerance that we would like to take on. So the impact from a significant fire, it doesn't take very much at our property values to take back on that, whatever that tax measure would be.
And on that, using Truckee as an example, so Truckee, they didn't pass a city or town, I think Truckee's actually another town, a town-wide, parcel tax, right? I'm looking at their election results. It looks like they passed a parcel tax in their Truckee Fire Protection District where there were less than 1,000 voters. And so I'm curious how that would I don't know if you know this now, but I'm curious what the Truckee Fire Protection District is, if that was something that was set up, by residents, or how that operates, because I do think this is going to be part of our challenge. And I've shared this before, especially when I talk to residents in, the further reaches of Los Gatos and, bordering San Jose, bordering Campbell. They are generally not very concerned about wildfire. And I don't think that's right. I think if there were a wildfire that affected any part of Los Gatos, it would be devastating to all of Los Gatos. But I do think it's a real issue that we're going to have to grapple with, that not all residents see wildfire as of great of a risk as we do, being in the weeds on sort of all of this. And so maybe this is just more of a comment that I think we should think about if we could get a little bit more creative, if we end up asking residents to support some of these efforts. Because something like if we had a fire protection district that represented the hillsides, I imagine it would be, this was for Truckee, their measure passed with nearly 83%. I don't think the town of Los Gatos at large would pass that same, measure with that, sort of support. So I think that's just something to think about, because I do think it could present a challenge to try to convince residents that, are in the flatlands about, sort of the hillside fire risk.
I agree. There's the challenge of the residents in the valley. I'm going to estimate that they most likely don't see that as a risk, or why should they be subsidizing the hillside homes for their risk that they took on, but understanding that risk does result in embercast, and that, like I said initially, is preventing the vegetation to structure threat, and then the structure to structure threat. So what I can do is I'll jump into some statistics real quick. The IBHS, the Insurance Institute, recently came out with a report from the Eaton Palisades fire. And what they figured out was that there were several factors, but homes that were under 10 feet of separation, were actually, for each additional 10 feet of separation, increased the likelihood of no damage by 17 to 13%. Essentially what they figured out is that homes that were within a 10-foot range, it was almost like 50-50 whether or not they could survive even with hardening. So as you move into that structure-to-structure fire threat, that is a threat to the rest of the community. And not to mention the economic impact that could happen to a community if you did have a large loss of businesses or homes. So I agree. I think it's partially public education, or we'll have to consider maybe other means to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just looked it up. The Truckee Fire Protection District was established in 1894. So I don't, we'll have to, I think regardless of how we go, we're going to be unique here in Los Gatos.
But I think we also have to consider, we were talking about wildfires. There are other disasters, like a big
Absolutely.
storm will impact our trees, which impacts across the entire community. And that is another area that we need to really look at of dramatically increased investment. So from the perspective of the totality, this is really just the beginning.
Right. Or an earthquake or a flood. Yeah. Okay. Seeing no other comments or questions, do you have everything you need from us this evening? Thank you very much for the thorough and thoughtful report.
Thank you.
Okay, we are going to move on to item 18, which is the adoption of a resolution, statement of findings in response to a challenge conduct notice regarding a planning application for the proposed project on Capri Drive. I think. You want to take a 5-minute break? Okay, yeah, you want to take we can take a 5-minute break. Yeah, we'll take a 5-minute break, return, maybe a 4-minute break. We'll return at 11:25.
Mayor, do we think we're going to get to the last item
I don't
tonight?
think we're going to get to the last item. So if anyone
I'll be presenting this item, and Nazanin Salehi with Goldfarb and Littman has been assisting the town with this matter, and she's available on Zoom also. And so I have a slide presentation that will be up shortly. This agenda item is a response to a challenged conduct notice that the town received. It was submitted by an applicant that has submitted a project that is subject to the Housing Accountability Act. The project at issue is 14288 Capri Drive. It's a planning application for a multifamily housing project, which is currently being processed by the town. Both the project applicant and the town are subject to the State Housing Accountability Act, which is codified at Government Code Section 65589.5. The Housing Accountability Act includes a process for challenging the conduct of a public entity during its review of an application for a housing project. And the purpose of this provision is that it is the first step in an applicant alleging that there's a violation of the Housing Accountability Act. It's a prerequisite to do that. And the reason it's important is the Housing Accountability Act now defines disapproval of projects to include any instance in which the local agency is engaging in a course of conduct that is intended to delay a project or for some other improper purpose. So when an applicant wants to utilize this provision, there are several steps that they need to follow. The first step is that the applicant needs to provide the town with written notice detailing what they perceive to be the challenged conduct and why it constitutes disapproval of the project. When the town receives such a notice, the town needs to post it to its website, provide a copy to any person who has requested notice, and file the notice with the county clerk. The town has undertaken these actions. Then the town has 60 days, it has to wait for 60 days to take action on the notice. And during that 60-day time period, the town is to consider evidence, concerns about the project, or any other information that it receives. After the 60 days have elapsed, the town is free to respond, and the town must respond within 90 days of having received the challenged conduct notice. In this case, the town's deadline to respond is December 31st. And so in response, the town needs to either say, we're going to stop this course of conduct, or to adopt findings articulating why its course of conduct has been reasonable. And so the findings that will be presented to you satisfy the two requirements of Government Code Section 65589.5, which is that they articulate an objective basis for why the challenged course of conduct is necessary. And they also provide clear instructions to the applicant on what the applicant needs to do next so that the town can either make a final determination or set the date and time of a hearing on the project. And so in the council packet is a resolution that has been prepared by town staff with the assistance of Goldfarb and Littman. And it finds that the town has engaged in a proper course of conduct in its review of this project. And so up on the slide, I have a summary of the objections that were raised by the applicant and the town's response. And so the applicant did have concerns about some of the town's consistency comments that were made on the planning application. I wanted to point out that the town is required by state law to provide consistency comments to applicants within 30 days of determining that an application is complete and within 30 days of each resubmittal. And with the Capri application, town staff took the extra step of providing the consistency comments on the very same day that they made the completeness determination. This project is a builder's remedy project, However, due to the density of this project, it is subject to the 2024 version of the Housing Accountability Act. And that is important for a couple of reasons that I'll go through later. One important reason is that under the 2024 version of the Housing Accountability Act, the town is entitled to ask applicants for information about their project in relation to the town's objective standards. The town is entitled to collect that information, and that's what the town has done with this project. The second reason that the 2024 date is important is this project is ineligible for a new CEQA exemption that was adopted by AB 130 because AB 130 only applies if a project is consistent with the town's objective standards, and that is not the case with this particular planning application. And then finally, the applicant did voice objections to some of the requests of the town. And so the findings explain that why the town's requirement for that the applicant apply for a conditional use permit is a town objective standard. And then other objective standards that are listed in the findings are the payment of a consulting arborist fee, the payment of a consulting architect fee, and an explanation of where the below market price units will be located within the project. The applicant also voiced concerns that the town had suggested that the applicant reach out to any affected public agencies and neighbors. And the findings explain that this was a courtesy recommendation and it did not have any bearing upon the town's processing of this application. The town continued to process the application despite that recommendation. And so that information is included in the findings that are proposed for the council's adoption. And so our recommendation is that the town council adopt the draft resolution that adopts the findings required by the Housing Accountability Act. And that is in the council packet. And both Ms. Salehi and I are available to answer any questions that the council has.
Thank you very much for the report. Are there questions from the council before we open up public comment? Okay, we'll open up public comment. I have no speaker cards for in person. Just confirming. Okay, and so we have one speaker on Zoom with his hand raised, so we'll hand it over to Ben.
Good evening. Can you guys hear me?
We can, thank you.
Great. My name is Ben Eilenberg, and by the way, thank you for still having this hearing tonight. It's been a very long night, but frankly, always nice to see how engaged the town's populace is. So I know everyone would like to go home, so I'll keep it quick. As I said, I'm the COO of the applicant. As this matter is in the hands of the lawyers at this point, I trust that my comments are not to address your actions tonight, but instead might allow you to put this matter on for closed session for your next meeting and obtain some candid answers from the town's attorneys. As you are aware, we are a group that builds multifamily residential under the state of California's new housing laws. These involve projects such as our own that include 20% low-income housing to address the shortfalls throughout the state, including here in Los Gatos. I'm the first to admit that some of these laws are still being figured out. But in this case, the town has taken positions that directly go against both the guidance from the California State Department of Housing and Community Development and the California State Attorney General's office. At the beginning of the evening, one of our council members highlighted that the town needs to act as a steward for its funds, because those funds are not the council's, but instead the citizens. I respectfully want to tell you, the town's multiple lawsuits, including attempting to block this development, will cost the town dearly in terms of the money that it not only has to pay its own attorneys, but also the prevailing developers and the state in penalties. I'm not going to exaggerate to you. We recently cashed the attorney's fees check from another city, and are in final negotiations on the amount of attorney's fees that a third city will be paying us. This was after they were both advised to settle by their attorneys because there was no path to victory for them and they needed to stop the bleeding. This is all to say, while I recognize that you will take your actions tonight, I respectfully suggest that you add the various lawsuits regarding these projects to your closed session agenda for the next meeting and ask your attorneys to include in their briefing the written guidance issued from both the state's Department of Housing and Community Development and the State Attorney General stating that the town's position is wrong. You may also wish to continue this hearing until after that briefing. That's up to you. I believe that learning the state's position may allow the town to act as a proper steward for its citizens and come into compliance with state law. I thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Are there any other comments on Zoom? Seeing none, I will close public comment and turn to my colleagues for questions or comments. Councilmember Hudes.
For the town attorney, has the town received correspondence from HCD and the Attorney General about this specific project?
No, the town has not. And the town has also not received any correspondence from Mr. Eilenberg in response to this proposed response to the notice of challenged conduct. I do have correspondence from the applicant saying that the town cannot require legislative actions of a builder's remedy project, and that was in response to the town's requirement that the applicant apply for a conditional use permit. However, we did tell the applicant that the conditional use permit is a quasi-adjudicative planning approval rather than a legislative action, and so the town is not in conflict with that requirement.
Thank you.
Other questions? So I just wanted to ask a quick clarifying question that I'm pretty confident I know the answer to, but I got a number of emails about this and got some outreach from folks, and so just wanted to confirm, in sort of plain language what we're doing here. The developer has filed a challenge against the town, and state law requires that the town formally respond, and that's all we're doing. We're defending our position. We're not taking any action on the development itself.
That's correct. And then I should also make it clear that while this is occurring, the town is continuing to process the planning application.
Right. Councilmember Hudes.
Couple things, town attorney. The speaker indicated that we had received, that we had been sent correspondence. Would you be willing to ask the developer to provide that correspondence that he claims has been sent to the town?
Yes, I will.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. First of all, very long report, so I appreciate the breakdown and the work by our town attorney and perhaps our consulting attorney to break this down into what the findings are. And as I look at this, we are processing this application. I'm not seeing any evidence that we're blocking it. We're just asking, just as we have to comply with the HAA, so does the applicant, and we have objective standards that require an arborist report, that require an architect report. I mean, these are all items that every application that comes to us has to go through. Is that correct?
Yes, that is.
Okay. And have we had other applicants brush up against this?
No, this is the first notice that the town has received.
Okay. Because as I'm aware, we've already approved 3 SB 330 projects, all of which complied with our objective standards. Is that correct?
They complied with the information that we're asking for. They submitted the information that's been requested of this applicant.
Okay. Thank you. So I'm having a hard time understanding what the problem is, but I don't have a question at the moment.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to clarify the question that Vice Mayor asked, we have 16, I believe, SB 330 applications. Have any of those filed a challenged conduct notice? Or if you're not comfortable in stating that in open session, then that's fine too. But I'm just interested in, there's 16 others, correct?
Yes, of course, I can answer that because it's a factual question. This is the first notice that the town has received from any of the 16 SB 330 projects or any other planning application in the town.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, great. Not seeing other comments, so I'm happy to entertain a motion on this. Thank you.
All right, I move to adopt by resolution statement and findings in response to a challenged conduct notice submitted regarding a planning application for the proposed project at 14288 Capri Drive.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll second the motion.
Great. Any further comment? Then we'll take the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? None. Passes unanimously. Okay, great. Well, seeing that it is 11:42 and part of the proposed revision to the agenda format is to end our meetings at 11, not 12. I think it probably only makes sense to defer this item to our or continue. We haven't opened it. Are we continuing, deferring?
Rescheduling.
We are rescheduling. Item 19, the adoption of a revised town agenda format to our next regular meeting at the end of January. Is there anyone who wants to try to work this through now? I think there's probably going to be lots of questions and things on this. Okay, great. Then we will move on to council matters. I'll start with Councilmember Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor. So on 12/19, I actually had a tour of Cinnamon Solar, their facility, which was interesting to see. I used to be in the solar industry, but it was interesting to see which vendors they're using and what kind of projects they're doing and so forth. On 12/10, the Silicon Valley Clean Energy Board met. We looked at our decarb roadmap. We also talked about different financial levers we have. The nature of the electricity provider business for us is one that goes up and down. Some years we are able to fill our reserves. This is a year, what's looking like for a couple of years now, we're going to be taking money out of our reserves in order to keep our rates below PG&E, which is one of the things we've tried to do. So we're looking at, how far into the future can we keep doing that. We also had a discussion about data center large loads that may be coming and what maybe we should be doing about that and so forth. On 12/12, 2 days later, the board also met and we had a workshop discussing what our future strategy is going to be. We've been in business now for 7 years, whatever the number, 8 years. And as the world is changing, how should our strategy change into the future? What direction do we want to go? So that was kind of our discussions then. That's it for me.
Thank you. Councilmember Hudes.
Yeah, thank you. So the first week of December was very busy finishing up my mayor commitments. Let's see. First thing was that I spoke at the Kiwanis. Let's see. That was on. Oh, I'm on the wrong week here. So our last meeting, our last regular meeting was on. Sorry, I just need to click to the right page. So, I spoke with the Kiwanis and gave a view of what it was like to be mayor, and got a lot of questions on housing from them and other things. I met with the group on the community center, and I also met with a number of folks from Avenidas who were providing older adult services, so that was very educational on that. I participated, of course, in the tree lighting and then the holiday parade, which were terrific, and then, which I'm sure all of you have comments on as well. And then I participated in a council policy committee meeting on December 8th. And then I participated in a very interesting and poignant Board of Supervisors meeting where former Mayor and council member Barbara Spector was honored and received comments from Supervisor Abe Koga, and I made a few remarks there too, honoring Barbara Spector. And then I participated in the Community Health and Senior Services Commission on the 11th. And the last one was, I think I mentioned a meeting with a representative of Avenidas. I learned a great deal about a mature set of community services for older adults and a process of getting there and obtaining sustainable funding for that. And then, of course, I participated at the Hanukkah on Main Street at the plaza and the lighting ceremony there, where the mayor gave a terrific speech.
Thank you. To the vice mayor.
Thank you. On the 4th, I, along with other council members, helped serve at the All-Town Staff Winter Luncheon. It was a great way to honor our employees and see them receive their service awards and special recognition. On the 5th, it was Los Gatos and Lights, and we had all the council members there for the tree lighting. And on the 6th, one of the best parades, I think perfect weather, crisp day, and just a really great day all around. The night of the 7th, there were other council members there too. We had the Cities Association holiday dinner where we thanked outgoing President Larry Klein and welcomed incoming President Tina Walia, who also is now the Vice Mayor of Saratoga. On the 8th, I met with the property owner and a developer for 647 North Santa Cruz Avenue. This is just south of 7-Eleven on Santa Cruz, where they have a proposal for some housing there, replacing an office building. On the 12th, along with Councilmember Rennie, as an alternate, I attended the Silicon Valley Clean Energy Board study session with a discussion of what does the next 10 years of Silicon Valley Clean Energy look like in terms of the level of carbon-free energy we want to be selling, what acquisitions will be going forward, and how much below PG&E do we want to stay, and what is our commitment to our customers. I also attended the Hanukkah on Main, where we also had State Senator Josh Becker was there, and our mayor spoke, and we had County Supervisor Susan Ellenberg there. Very touching event, given the horrible murders that happened in Australia that morning. Our police department was on point, and people were talking about how safe they felt. And then this morning, I attended the St. Luke's Christmas party for the unhoused, where St. Mary's students came, sang Christmas carols, gave out gifts of batteries and warm clothing and food to the unhoused. And there's a number of residents in town who also come and bring food. And then I wanted to mention on the 13th, I attended a celebration of life for Pam Bancroft, and she is a former council member and mayor from Monte Sereno. Incredible woman, But one of the interesting things that came up, she had said it to me and then somebody else brought it up at the service, was as mayor of Monte Sereno, her proudest moment was when they joined with Los Gatos and brought on the Los Gatos Monte Sereno Police Department. So I thought that was a tribute to her, to the community, and our police department.
Councilmember Benami.
Thank you, Mayor. On December 4th, I attended the Town Employee Recognition Luncheon. On the 6th, I participated in the annual tree lighting at Town Plaza. On the 7th, I participated in the annual holiday parade. On the 8th, I participated in the meeting of the Council Policy Committee. On the 12th, I attended a meeting of Canine Companions at Los Gatos High. This is an organization that provides trained service dogs that support people with disabilities. And they were at the high school because it was finals time, so they bring the dogs so that the students can pet them and just alleviate any stress they have with taking their final exams. And then yesterday, I was a guest speaker at Democracy Tent.
Thank you. A few quick things. I did my first ribbon cutting as mayor for the Magical Memory Santa's Workshop, which was a ton of fun. Vice Mayor Risto and our town manager were there. And I just want to give a giant shout out to the chamber. Wish I could promote it. A lot of the things are wrapping up, but I think the trolley is one of the best things that the chamber or any, community organization has brought to Los Gatos for the holidays in a long time. I was in downtown a lot the last 2 weekends. It was packed every time. There were lines. All the kids were so happy. It was just lovely. And I think the chamber, I know some of the staff have been working for the last 14 days straight. So huge shout out to them. They're doing a lot to make our town feel magical for the holidays. I really enjoyed participating in the Wreaths Across America ceremony. I offered some remarks alongside Vice Mayor of San Jose, Pam Foley. And that was a very moving event. I actually hadn't attended it before, and was very moved by the folks there. There were, I think, 3 veterans there from World War II, and so it was very, moving to hear folks from all different generations speak. Was honored to give some remarks at the Hanukkah on Main event that I found very powerful. And then a lot of the same. Staff luncheon was a blast. The parade, Los Gatos and Lights. I did the Fantasia Lights walkthrough for the first time, which was a ton of fun. And 2 other quick things. One is that the West Valley Sanitation District concluded our interviews for our next district manager, but are still working through that process. So we have not announced a permanent selection yet. And finally, as I was running this meeting, I realized that I am on a council where all 4 of the other council members have been mayors. So I appreciate your grace and any advice you have in running these things, and looking forward to the year ahead. So I'll turn it over to our town manager and then town attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one short update. The town administrative offices will be closed from Wednesday, December 24th through Friday, January 2nd. Services will resume on Monday, January 5th. The library will also be closed on December 24th through January 2nd, and they will resume services on Saturday, January 3rd. And for all of you, I wish you a very happy holidays and a happy new year. Our next meeting won't be until the middle of January, on January 13th.
Thank you. To the town attorney.
Thank you. I'll report out of closed session. There were 2 items. One was conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation. And I will report that the town council did authorize a workers' compensation settlement of a claim of a former employee for $75,000. And then the second item was real property negotiations for 208 East Main Street, and there's no reportable action.
Thank you very much. Okay, with nothing else, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you all for bearing with this long meeting.